Check, check, check,
No, nothing.
check, check, check. But I list and check, check, check. Hello, hello.
Try again.
Check, 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 check.
I've got.
One,
I
two.
can see it here, but I can't see it coming into. Okay, that's strange.
One, 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 one. Why is that showing up on the PTZ? Surely that can't be hearing me. One, one.
Hola Pablo, ¿cómo está ahí? Qué bueno. Hoy estoy supuestamente transmitiendo.
One, two, one, two.
No.
¿Sí? Ya. Morado, ¿cierto? Las pantallas. Perfecto. Estoy probando aquí con un colega. Sí, perfecto. Están haciendo ahí pruebas. Pero ya, entonces estoy transmitiendo. Ya, ya compañero, voy a seguir chequeando todo. Vale. Gracias hermano, chao. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
The
not sure.
transmission is okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not coming into here though. So the transmission from there
Yes,
is okay.
yes.
So you've got the audio going straight into here, not via.
No.
Ah, okay. That's why then.
It's okay.
Turn that off.
Now,
So why no audio on here? You're not recording. Are you recording this anywhere?
no?
Then you don't need it.
Thank you, Martin.
It's okay.
Thank you.
I don't understand why this is. It's crazy.
It's not my problem.
No. Well,
Well,
the fact that everything was.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But
Ay caramba.
Zoom.
What day you finish?
23 and go.
Ah,
And
Last
20,
one.
21 finish.
21 here.
Yes.
Hola,
Hola, hola, ¿me escuchan?
yo te escucho, ¿me escuchas?
Te escucho perfecto.
Muy bien.
¿Con quién estoy hablando,
Y
perdón?
ahora,
¿Pato?
ahora,
Alejandra,
Hola, Ale, ¿qué tal?
mucho gusto.
Mucho gusto.
aquí Pato también.
Hola, Pato, ¿cómo
¿Me
estáis?
escuchan?
Te escucho
Bien,
perfecto.
bien, bien, aquí están. Ya, bacán, bacán, bacán.
Ya, Pato, necesito que me ayudes a configurar el... Ah, dame un segundo, dame un segundo. ¿Aló?
Aló,
Sí, Fran, estoy acá desde las 8. Sí,
No, lo
oye,
están llamando. Lo llamaron.
brandearon todo, pero está
ah,
todo, está el
perfecto.
desordenado, no hay, están las sillas desordenadas y todo, no.
Acá no entra más gente, ¿has llamado?
¿Aló? Sí,
Puede
sí,
ser que
pues,
entre más
gracias.
gente,
Ah, ya.
pero
Listo. Chao, chao.
tendríamos que preguntarles.
Ya, Pato.
Ya, Pato.
Ya.
Todavía no llega el
Ok,
celular de la Francisca. Está por llegar ya.
ya. Tú recuerdas que una vez que activamos la interpretación, hay que activar la interpretación en el celular de la Francisca
Sí,
y eso
correcto.
hay que hacerlo para cada reunión,
Sí, correcto.
¿ya?
Tengo una duda. Me
Ya.
salió aquí un mensaje de Confirm Your Speak Language. Pongo
Sí,
español,
no.
¿no? En el Zoom pongo español.
Sí, sí, yo creo, sí, sí. Yo creo, eso después no importa tanto, pero sí.
Ya, un segundo.
Ah, le pusiste cámara.
Check, check. Check, 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 check. Check. Check, 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 check. Pato, nos faltaría solamente entonces el celular de la Francisca.
Hola, no, es que hay que encender la interpretación. Hay que encenderla.
¿Su porfa?
Si quieres me pasas el host a mí y yo lo enciendo. Y te devuelvo el host.
¿Y cómo lo hago eso? A ver, espérate.
Eh, ¿qué cosa? ¿Encender la interpretación?
Sí,
O
en la interpretación.
ya. Ok, mira. Tienes que apretar los tres puntos que dice más. Tienes que apretar interpretación
No, no, pero
y tienes que asegurar.
eso es en el celular de la Fran, pero en el celular, pero en el... Tengo que hacer algo más en el Zoom.
Sí, eso es lo que te estoy
Ah,
contando.
disculpa.
Es lo del celular de la Fran es después. Es
Ok.
parecido, pero no es igual. Ya.
Ya, 3 puntos.
Entonces, los tres puntos,
Ujú.
ya.
Ok.
Y tienes que ir a interpretación y después tienes que asegurar que estén los dos nombres puestos como intérpretes. En este caso sería Patricio González como intérprete 1 y la Ale Villarroel intérprete 2, y de ahí tienes que poner algo como iniciar o activar. Una vez que haces eso no nos va a escuchar. Tienes que de ahí
No, no están o sea, los 3 puntos, me pongo los 3 puntos y me sale, no me sale nada de interpretación.
no te sale interpretación.
No. Te voy a mandar las claves del Zoom para que te puedas meter tú.
Ya, a ver, espérate, mándame las claves del Zoom, pero traspásame el host también acá, por mientras, ¿ya?
¿Y cómo se hace eso?
El pincha participantes, ¿ya?
¿Ya?
Tienes que hacer clic, tienes que posar el mouse sobre mi nombre y deben haber 3 puntos.
Ok, aquí están.
Pincha los 3 puntos y ahí pon como hacer host, hacer anfitrión.
Make host. Do you want to change? Yes.
Ya, ok, ahora yo soy anfitrión. Ah, a mí sí me aparece. Sí me aparece. Sí. Pregunta, ¿tú estás ahí por celular?
No, estoy en un computador. Que no es mío
Ya,
y no
no,
lo conozco.
porque
Es un
está
PC
bien,
horrible.
está bien. Ya, no hay problema. Ya. Yo lo puedo iniciar y te voy a devolver el host. Pero una vez que lo inicie, no nos va a escuchar excepto en el canal de español. Pero ahí
Correcto.
tenéis que configurar el celular de la Francisca, ¿ya?
Ya. Igual ahí te llamo por
Ok,
cualquier cosa, pues te llamo por WhatsApp. Si es que.
o me escriben.
O te
Sí, sí.
escribo.
Y ahora lo voy a iniciar, ¿ya?
Ya, dale.
Ok.
No, bájale al suelo, bájale al suelo, bájale al suelo. Si nosotros ya tenemos nuestra técnica. Como buena mujer ya nos arreglamos. Ordenado, ¿cachai? No me puedo permitir.
Chequemos el audio, Ricardo.
Hola, buenos días, buenas noches. Estamos haciendo pruebas y empiezan en en unos minutos para que esperen ahí, por favor. Gracias.
ensayar el audio, ensayar el audio,
Ya, pero dame un segundito.
que los invitados están. Hi, Michelle.
Ya,
Ya, hice lo que me dijiste en el celular de la Fran.
Sí.
Sí. Ya hice los tres puntos, me metí a la interpretación,
le puse en
lo puse en
español,
español,
finalizar.
finalizar.
Well,
Ok.
Ok,
Perfecto.
perfecto.
Ya, a ver, dale ahora.
¿Vale?
¿Vale? A la Ale no la escucho.
De nuevo,
De
¿vale?
nuevo, Ale, por favor.
Sí, ahí está.
Sí, ahí está, ahí.
Perfecto.
Perfecto.
Sí,
Sí, que
estamos en un lugar
con la
pero,
gente,
pero en algún momento
pero en algún
cuesta
momento
tanto
cuesta
va a estar
tanto
con
porque va a estar
audífonos.
con el audífono.
¿Ok? Listo.
¿Ok?
Le voy a
Listo.
pasar el celular a la
Le voy a pasar el celular a la Fran, ¿ok?
Listo,
Listo, gracias, chicos.
love you, Francisca. Mira quién llegó.
Martín.
Está todo metido dentro.
Please have a seat.
Acabamos de ordenar todo.
Toma. Están adentro todos.
Los audífonos necesitamos, ¿me los traí? ¿Voy a poner? Acá tenemos ¿no? No. ¿Te lo muestro por favor? Y es prefiero, si que no, yo tengo agua en mi mochila, aquí en agua. Estámonos. Mira, look. Look.
Francisca, were you this year? Everyone needs to put headphones if you want to hear something. It's clear here.
¿El audio está funcionando por si acaso? ¿Está funcionando el audio?
Sí.
Sí.
Please, that's fine. Necesito más cascos. ¿Tenemos más cascos?
Aquí. Ya, te quería contar, vamos a decir que lo vamos a correr. Ahora viene Nico, ¿no?
Hay que prenderlo.
¿Y quién viene acá? Yo. Ah, ya. Chicos, y te puedo pedir un poco, por favor. ¿Quién hizo la acción? ¿Me ayudaría a mover esto?
Espérame.
¿Cómo lo podemos mover? Sí, que dejemos la rueda. Sin que dejemos la rueda. Yo creo que arrastrándolo un poco, suave, y arrastrándolo, yo te gusto. Estamos tirando los cables, vamos a tirar. Dale. Porque de ahí me salta. Y la planta no me da. Los paquetes de la maestra. Sí, espérate, me arreglaré. Ya, yo tengo. Hawaii.
Ricardo.
Problem?
Why don't see this?
Huh?
Why don't see this?
In the...
Because you have selected this to be media player 1, not program. So you need to go to the ATEM control, software control, not setup, software control. That one. And then you go to Saídas.
¿Cuál es el programa arriba de la pregunta de el texto que tenemos que
Hola.
eso lo leí, pero no me hizo sentido.
Thank you, man.
No problem.
Educación como vehículo, no sé. A ver, estoy manejando ahora en el... Bueno,
Educación por el sistema de casos de éxito. La idea es establecerse como fundamental de educación para avanzar hacia el cambio climático. Ya nosotros siempre hemos planteado que la educación no es solo lo que pasa en el aula, sino que significa trabajar con el urbanismo, porque que hay hecho una básica elemental, o sea, la naturaleza a la disposición de los demás. Es también desarrollar experiencias de la libre, porque conectarse con la natura que es como parte de ella. Ahora, ser consciente para nosotros es la clave que todos formamos, todos queremos formar, no solo los estudiantes y docentes, sino también los tomadores de decisión, docentes y los tomadores de decisión por el de trabajo con nosotros. También en la educación para el cambio climático. Lo mismo con docentes y lo mismo con estudiantes. ¿Cuál es el rol de la filantropía? Bueno,
sí, lo importante, claro, lo primero es lo que hacemos un poco, lo que hemos hecho, y lo otro importante, esto y lo segundo importante es público. Claro, como hemos hecho, no, claro, y como también se han hecho meses de trabajo para ir consensuando también hacia dónde nos tenemos que ir dirigiendo.
Exacto. Y por ejemplo, el rol de la filantropía, bueno, llevamos 23 años, son las...
¿Cómo lo mandaste en mi iPad?
A tu WhatsApp, libros, recetas elementales, que han recibido por ser primer estudiante, formación de jóvenes de reserva, docentes, emprendedores, tomadores de decisión, y
mándame una foto de eso. pero tendría que mandar el correo, ¿no? Mándame el correo. No, pero es negra. Le mandaste el correo, ¿no? No, claro, le mandé el... Claro. Ah, tengo 200 pero tengo más. Ok, no tengo nada. Entonces, no es corta, entonces, ah,
Aló, aló. Funciona.
¿Perdón? Está ya.
A ver, Juan,
Son 3 personas.
Siri,
¿Sí?
Irma,
¿Sí?
Juan, Yanina.
¿Vale? Ya. Los 10.
pregúntale la cadena del correo. No,
Ah, está Lorena. Está Lorena.
¿Cuántos entonces?
Tengo a Lorena, a Juan, a Guillermo.
esto no quería hacerlo con mal, bien, todo mal.
Guillermo,
Juan.
Juan,
Falta
falta
Eric.
Eric,
Falta Eric.
falta Eric. Sí, mira, está Lorena,
Juan Dávila está.
Juan Dávila,
Guillermo.
Guillermo,
Lorena.
Lorena. Falta Eric.
Juan Dávila te falta.
Sí.
Ya, por lo menos.
Faltan dos. Eric y este.
Ya. ¿Cómo está con la hora?
Estamos a 3 minutos. Yo esperaría 2 minutos más y empezaría.
Porque Eric,
No, Christoph es de acá y Eric está online. Ahora podemos empezar, si no.
se saltó los panelistas, ¿verdad?
Son las 9:04.
Sí, podemos esperar 2 minutos.
Grabación.
Si no se vea, trata que la cámara no se vea los asientos vacíos. Entonces, si no, sacamos la
No, yo prefiero. Espérame, Fran, déjame verlo por cámara. Solo los dos primeros.
Claro, saquemos eso y así le damos una perspectiva más amplia a la...
Okay, now? Thank you very much.
No, it's fine, but no, pero no queremos hacer no queremos hacer nosotros no pedimos que lo hicieran. Si una semana después, 10 días después, no. Nosotros ya lo subimos. Es decir, sábado, domingo, que nos hicieran como... Darle la vida, darle una vuelta.
Hi, prepared to the window session. Here. Right? Yes.
Vamos a hacer tratar de hacer no me acuerdo qué era. Mi audífono.
Ahí está ahí lista para escuchar.
Sí, no sé si...
¿Te funciona? Bueno. ¿Veo? Ahí y ahí. Bueno, solo con cámara en Okay. Okay.
Hi everyone. I hope that people that is on Zoom can hear us, which mean Guillermo, Lorena y Juan. Ustedes tres hablan español, así que buenos días. Si nos están escuchando, ya vamos a empezar la transmisión.
Hola Patricia, buenos días.
Hola, buenos días. Gracias por la hora, sé que es muy temprano por allí. Ladislao. So please put your headphones. Necesitamos que todos pongan su casco porque si no, no funciona. Yes, you need to put your headphones, yes. Thank you. Es que va a venir un cuarto, Christoph. So good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to have you here, the first panel of the second week. And fortunately, we have some colors on the pavilion this time. So this is a panel, Success Stories for Sustainable Education. As you know, the Paris Agreement explicitly recognizes the importance of advancing education, training, awareness, and public participation on climate change, recognizing education as a tool for empowering individuals and their community means understanding that is the only way to not only change the behavior of current generations, but also to equip future generations with the necessary skills to develop sustainable solutions. One of the challenges of environmental education is that it's not only aimed at students, but at all levels of society and on an ongoing basis, so it's necessary to establish permanent learning formats, but also ways of rescuing community and ancestral knowledge on conservation and mitigation. At the same time, the Paris Agreement calls on government to prioritize investment in the education system to address climate change mitigation, adaptation, and resilience, ensuring that education becomes a key element of the global response to the climate crisis. However, this urgency faces an education system we know in crisis, responding to the 19th century patterns and an increasingly connected society with information that it's not always completely accurate. So this panel will discuss these challenges with those wonderful panelists with a special focus on the role of teachers and success stories in environmental education. And to start the panel, I'm going to give the floor to Dr. Ladislaus Changa, who is vice chair of the EPCC. He was elected in July 2023. He is a principal meteorologist, acting director general of the Tanzania Meteorological Authority, and the permanent representative of Tanzania with the World Meteorological Organization. Mr. Changa has been working on meteorological climate and climate change since 1995. At EPCC, Dr. Changa has been assigned specific responsibilities, including to promote the participation of younger scientists, especially from developing countries, in climate change, and in EPCC to liaise with WMO and the World Climate Research Program, and to oversee link with the subsidiary bodies under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Thank you very much, Mr. Ladislao, to be here. We give you the floor.
Hello. Thank you very much. Let me start by expressing our appreciation for being invited to participate in these important events. So the role of the Intergovernmental Panel in Sustainable Education is grounded in the fact that since its establishment back in 1988 by UNEP and the WMO, IPCC has been provided with the responsibility of providing the international community with the best available information, technical and socio-economic information relevant for understanding and enhancing knowledge and awareness about climate change. So that is a ground and linkage between sustainable education and IPCC. And providing the best available science and information is critical for enhancing our awareness and knowledge with regard to climate change. I would like to provide you with some of the success stories since its establishment that are linked to sustainable education. In 1990, IPCC produced the first landmark report, the first assessment report that actually led to the establishment of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So this is a very strong linkage because we are here because of that history. And then later on, in 1995, the IPCC produced the second assessment report that was critical for informing the establishment of the Kyoto Protocol. Once again, this is an initiative that is directed towards strengthening a reduction in greenhouse gas across the world. And then back in 2001, as we remember that the IPCC produced the third assessment report that was also instrumental in informing and accelerating adaptation initiative. And I would like to, to request your attention more to the fourth assessment report back in 2007 that was very critical for sustainable education, including IPCC being awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, but also the establishment of the IPCC scholarship program following the Nobel Peace Prize that was awarded to IPCC. The IPCC scholarship program that have been a cornerstone for strengthening knowledge and capacity building for scientists and young scientists across developing countries and particularly in Africa. And of course, the fifth assessment report in 2014 that led to the establishment of the Paris Agreement. Once again, we are implementing the Paris Agreement, and the last six assessment report informed the negotiation in the first ever global stocktake. So all this taken together constitute a very significant contribution of IPCC in sustainable education. Thank you very much. I would like to stop there.
Mr. Ladislao Changa, for all the efforts that the IPCC have been doing in order to promote the science for young people from the developing countries and reduce the bridge that we used to have in science, in the access of science in our country, unfortunately. Now I'm going to give the floor to Francisca Cortés-Solari, who is our executive president of Philanthropy Cortés-Solari and Mary Foundation. Francisca is an entrepreneur, environmentalist, and philanthropist who has dedicated her life to integral and sustainable development initiatives in Chile and around the world. With an extensive personal and family background in the world of design and retail, in 2002 she founded Philanthropia Cortés-Solari, a philanthropic project that promotes integral and sustainable development through integral education, climate change mitigation, and biodiversity conservation. For more than 20 years, Francisca has been working through Philanthropy Cortés-Solari on integral education program focused on the educational community in Chile and Latin America, with an experienced character and connection with nature, reaching more than 7,000 young people and teachers each year. Francisca has been an outstanding promoter of climate change mitigation and biodiversity conservation in Latin America through scientific research, environmental education, and outreach projects developed by Mary Foundation, part of the Philanthropy Cortés-Solari. She is new member of USAN's 15 Pillars of Nature that bring together the world's leading conservation leaders to mobilize resource and technical capacity and strengthen USAN management and vision for conservation. Francisca, you're very welcome.
Gracias, Patti. ¿Se escucha?
Yes,
Perfecto,
we can
gracias.
hear you.
Bueno, primero que nada, agradecer este panel.
So first of all, I wish
Creo
to
que
thank
cada
this
vez que
panel.
vamos metiendo más la educación, la ciencia y vamos vinculando todas las partes, nos vamos enfocando cada vez más en la gran misión.
I think it's really important. It's part of the huge
Nosotros
mission
llevamos
to be
24
able
años trabajando
to
en
be
una
able to
educación
talk about
sostenible.
science.
There is a contradiction, no? No. Ah, okay.
Yeah, we have some interference. Sorry. Someone is talking through the...
No escucho nada.
Es que espérame. Karin? Yeah, one.
Karin.
Yeah. We have some interference, sorry. So Francisca was saying that it's really important
Yeah,
and part
don't
of the
turn the
mission to
microphone on
include
because they couldn't hear you.
the education on our program. Sí.
Bueno, muchas gracias a todos aquí presentes.
Sí, thank you everyone.
Creo
all
que
of
el
you
tema
that
de la
here
educación es
today.
algo tremendamente importante que hoy en
Education is
día
essential, as we
creo
know.
que es uno de los principales objetivos o ideas que tenemos que levantar a nivel colectivo.
It's probably one of the main subjects
Cuando
that
hablamos
we
de
need to talk
educación, no
about and
solamente
that we
hablamos
need to
de
try to
educación,
promote.
sino hablamos de conocimiento, de sabiduría también.
When we talk about education, it's not only that, it's also knowledge, the
Llevamos
ancestral knowledge.
24 años
We have been working for
trabajando
24
en
years
educación en
working
Chile,
in education in Chile,
donde nuestra idea inicial siempre fue educar con la naturaleza y a través de la naturaleza,
From the very
entendiendo,
beginning, our goal was to educate with nature and
entendiendo
through
que somos naturaleza y de que en algún momento como seres humanos no nos desvinculamos de lo primordial de la naturaleza.
understanding that we are part of the nature and at what moment we get divided from the nature.
En algún momento nos olvidamos de caminar en la naturaleza, de respirar,
Somewhere
de
and
poder
somehow we
contemplar,
forget
de
the
poder
contemplation of the nature
sorprendernos,
and the
de poder
ability to
entender de que la
get surprised
naturaleza
in the
también
nature.
es algo que nos retroalimenta y finalmente la naturaleza nos sana.
And we forgot that the nature has this huge
Hay
power
muchos estudios que
to
también
save
hablan de
ourselves.
todos los efectos que hace el poder estar en la naturaleza.
We also have a lot of studies that describe
Es
how
así
the
como
nature is
nosotros en
essential
Chile levantamos 3
to our
parques
health, and
educativos
this is
que
why
se
in
llaman
Chile
reservas elemental,
we developed 3 natural reserves
que
named reservas
es un
elementales.
modelo o un prototipo, ojalá que pudiéramos escalarlo a otros lugares del mundo,
This is a
pero creemos que es
prototype
un prototipo, que es una sala de clase al aire libre,
that wants to be a natural class, let's say,
donde podemos pensar de que a lo mejor podemos tener un territorio de 1 hectárea hasta 20 hectáreas o 100 hectáreas,
The purpose is to have from 1 hectares to
donde
20
cómo
hectares
podemos y nos hacemos cargo en el fondo del territorio
available not only for
en
everyone, but we take
en
a
4
care
dimensiones que
about
son
the
fundamentales
territory.
a la hora de hacer una conservación
And where we
efectiva,
develop a multidimensional
involucrando obviamente
conservation
la
model,
educación y tratando de
including the
cómo ir
education.
encaminando nuestro lenguaje también para llegar a un discurso colectivo.
And when we work on the collective
En estas
together,
3
on the
reservas tenemos un modelo que nos acompaña,
community. In those 3 reserves, we have a model.
un modelo que hablamos de la importancia obviamente de 4 cuadrantes, hablamos de la importancia de la naturaleza, donde ahí nosotros trabajamos en todas las dinámicas territoriales que tiene la naturaleza.
So we work in each park on the nature, in
Es
each
decir, ahí
dynamic, in each
netamente con
variable of the
proyectos
nature.
territoriales, con los objetos de conservación y las amenazas.
We define in each park the species under threat, and we work on the
Luego
territory
también
on that.
trabajamos un eje que creemos que es fundamental. Primero tenemos la tierra, el territorio, pero luego también tenemos la cultura. Creo que la cultura hace una diferenciación enorme a la hora de educar.
So the first dimension is the environmental one, but the second one
Por
is
lo
the
tanto,
social
cuando
one,
entramos a un
with
territorio
the culture
necesitamos
and the
entender
education in
cuál
each
es la
land.
cultura, la historia, cuáles son sus ritos, cuáles son sus oficios, cuáles son sus valores como cultura.
So before entering each territory, we need to define and understand what are the culture of that territory.
Después también buscamos la parte social de cómo con las genes, las personas de la comunidad, buscamos hacer alianzas para poder cumplir objetivos y llevar también, ojalá, todas las comunidades de alumnos más cercanas a cada territorio.
Then we try to work with
Hablamos que
community
estos
in order to
territorios los
understand
tenemos en
where
3
are
latitudes
those communities,
distintas,
because
la
those
latitud
territories
22 en el
are
desierto de
in the
Atacama, en
latitude
la zona
22,
central, la latitud 33 y la latitud
23
44.
and 44 in the north of Patagonia. So we need to work with the community to bring students to our park.
El otro también dimensión que trabajamos, hablamos de la dimensión natural, hablamos de la social, hablamos de la cultural, y lo otro que hoy día necesitamos poner en la conversación es la sustentabilidad de los territorios en conservación.
The other
Es el gran
dimension that
problema
it's
que hoy
really
día tiene,
important is the
que tenemos como
sustainability
humanidad.
of the
La
conservation,
conservación
and it's one of the main important problem in the
no es
conservation.
fácil, no es económicamente rentable la conservación.
We know that unfortunately the conservation is
Tampoco
not
tenemos
easy,
muchas
it's not
políticas
economically
públicas que nos
sustainable.
ayuden a conservar los
We
territorios.
have a lack of public policy in order to help us to conserve
Por lo
territory.
tanto, estos modelos que nosotros hicimos en Chile, lo que pretenden es acercar la educación formal de la sala de clase con la educación en la naturaleza como un lugar, como un laboratorio natural para poder hacer actividades donde los niños se desarrollen en el hacer, en el territorio, con su cultura, con sus paradigmas.
Inside the nature.
Por lo tanto, creo que el modelo es un modelo de éxito.
So it's definitely a successful,
solamente necesitamos
prototype.
avanzar, y esto es un llamado también hacia las personas, la humanidad, los conservacionistas, públicos, privados, de cómo nos hacemos cargo, aunque sea de un pedacito de tierra en nuestros países, para poder
all the sector in order to see how can we deal with this kind of models and trying to promote this kind of exercise not only in Chile but in all the world.
Conservación territorial, donde lo unimos con una educación intercultural.
How can we try to promote models where we try to make unions between conservation and education?
Intercultural y colectiva.
Including the intercultural dimensions too.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Francisca, to explain that beautiful concept that we developed in Chile through the Reservas Elementales. Now I'm going to give the floor to Peter Higgins from the University of Edinburgh, Nature Scott Scientific Advisory Committee Chair from the Scottish Government and board member of the UK Trained Nature Conservation. Mr. Higgins was director of the United Nations University Regional Center of Expertise in Education for Sustainable Development from 2013 to 2024. His research is interdisciplinary and his publications span a diverse range of related topics. He teaches extensively indoors, outdoor, and online, and he's a recipient of the university highest award for teaching, the Chancellor's Award. His Scottish Government advisory roles include chairing the Ministerial Learning for Sustainability Advisory and Implementation Group and ongoing work with LFS Action Plan. He's a board member, as I said, of the Scottish Government Nature Advisory Agents, Nature Scott. He's chair of its Scientific Advisory Committee and member of the UK Trained Nature Conservation Committee. And most of all, he's a friend that likes Chile, I hope. And we really thank you to be here. You're very welcome.
Thank you, Patricia and Francisca, for the invitation. When I got the invitation, I was just delighted, and it just made me very glad to be coming here. So look, the concept note suggests that education and training is problematic with regard to sustainability, and I would agree with that. But I think it's important to recognize that our educational systems don't intend to be unsustainable. They don't intend to convey messages associated with unsustainable behaviors. And it's also important to recognize that formalizing education is a very new thing. In Scotland, for example, the Education Act, which said that kids had to go to school, was only 150 years ago. So before that, kids learned elsewhere. So the concept note again refers to COP29 in Paris. But actually, the call for education, training and public awareness goes right back to the Rio Declaration in 1992, and I'll return to that in a moment. Now, educational research over the last 50 years or so has highlighted that content and knowledge is nothing like enough, just as you heard from Francisca. It's not enough because sustainability education requires that we understand things and processes, but also that we understand the role of the social dimension and, profoundly importantly, nature. And our research shows quite clearly that pro-environmental behaviours are linked directly with time in the natural world. And the way in which I think about it is that education in this manner should be in, through, about and for the natural world. Now, these are, I suppose we've been invited to give stories. Now let me give you a story, okay? And with all stories there should be a beginning, a middle and an end. So let me go to the beginning. So in 1992, a Scottish academic, a great mentor of mine, Professor John Smythe, who was a member of the UK government's IUCN representation panel, was asked to go to Rio. And he and 4 other colleagues, one of whom I still know to this day, wrote Chapter 36 of the Rio Declaration, which argued the need for education, training and public awareness. Now, John was a very influential figure in Scotland. His work continued for some years after this, particularly with WWF Scotland, myself and other colleagues. Now, let me take you forward to 2011. In 2011, we were about to have elections in Scotland, and 2 colleagues from WWF who'd worked with John decided that they should write to the Scottish political parties to include in their manifestos a commitment to exploring the idea of one planet schools. Now, we all know that our institutions use far more resource than actually they should, so this was the argument. The political party that won, the Scottish National Party, then actually, bizarrely, stuck to its promise, unlike many political parties, and instigated a One Planet Schools advisory group, and I was asked to chair that. This led to the idea of learning for sustainability and a lot of commissioned research that went with it. Not much money, but lots of effort, which showed pretty much what I've just said earlier on, that to get a holistic concept of sustainability understood by learners, you need to think about sustainable development in its conventional form, social justice element and the natural world, to bring these 3 ideas together. This has become a policy entitlement of all learners in Scotland and a requirement of all teachers. So far, so good. It also suggests that there should be a whole institution approach, and that actually we need to maintain this commitment right throughout the whole of the school years of our young people. So this sounds like a real policy success, and indeed, just a week ago today, I was involved in a meeting with others from Scotland, with the European Commissioner for Sustainable Development, looking at ways in which we might embed this approach in other European countries. Now, money. There's no money to do all this stuff. So what do you do when you have no money and you have a policy and you're trying to embed new opportunities within the Scottish or any other education system? Well, my colleagues and I became aware of a British Council programme called Connecting Classrooms, and we applied to them for funding, were successful, and through about the following 8 years we provided in-person, blended and online courses for hundreds of teachers across Scotland, many of whom were working with partner schools in other countries across the world. So when I say we, my colleagues and I, who do I mean? Well, whilst I and one of my colleagues at the University of Edinburgh have been involved throughout, none of this would have happened without others. Those people in our UN recognised Centre for Education for Sustainable Development. And this was established, and again, I could tell you another long story about it, in 2013, following an application to the UN or to UNESCO. Now, it's located within the university, although it isn't a University of Edinburgh centre. So the 3 staff from that centre include one of the people who wrote the original manifesto call to the Scottish National Party. So there's this connection going back through this story. So we continue to work with British Council, with connecting the people that we're involved in with Connecting Classrooms to this day, but not on that programme. So there's a subplot, like all good stories, that I need to build in here. We've been working with these teachers, as I said, in person, blended and online, but we didn't have great skills in online learning. COVID drove us to do more online, but we were not particularly skillful. So about, again, 10 years ago, a colleague and I decided to set up a university-wide course open to as many students as could take it in sustainability and social responsibility, recognizing that actually university students will probably have quite a big influence in the future because of the positions they'll end up in. Now, we didn't know how to do this stuff. We started to do some online work, but it was pretty shaky. But we actually ended up with support within the university and produced a half-decent course, which is running to this day for undergraduates and postgraduates. And it's set to be made much, much larger because it's been selected as one of the university's major challenge courses to try to meet the needs of many more students across the university, not in the hundreds but in the thousands. So we'll see how it goes. So we built more skills in online work through this process. Now if I can tell you more about how that's embedded again as a separate discussion later perhaps. So this online experience, together with our work with Connecting Classrooms, helped us to build confidence that we could develop one of these massive online open access courses, MOOCs. And we've done so over the last few years, done some which were relatively small scale, but then when we were approaching the Glasgow COP in 2021, that's when it was, well, that's correct, isn't it? Yeah, 2021, we found that we could get some support from the British Council to build a much bigger approach to this online delivery. So we built a course called Learning for a Sustainable Future, which was provided online for people all over the world, just like these MOOCs are, for free. And then we built one that went with it called Learning for a Sustainable Future live at COP26 in Glasgow. And the first one ran in sequence. We did the same for the last two COPs, and we're doing the same for this particular COP. And we ran Learning for a Sustainable Future before it. This, the success of these MOOCs is quite surprising to us. We've had over 38,000 learners from over 170 countries take them, and they've proven to be very successful indeed. So where are we now? Well, we've gone from the importance of direct involvement with the natural world and the significance of nature in forming positive attitudes to a sustainable future, right through to a global audience of 38,000. Now, has this been a success story? Well, I don't really know. There are elements of it which I think have signs of success, but when you think of the scale of the challenge, it really is massive. So we've, in a way, reluctantly, for someone like myself who's naturally an outdoor environmental educator, we've reluctantly moved into this online digital and learning space because we feel that that is another way we can actually reach audiences. So what I can say is that going back to the roots of our work, the students I work with, the students in schools in Scotland generally seem to be getting the message, perhaps through us, but perhaps through us, I mean the teaching establishments that they operate within, but perhaps from other sources as well. The young people that I work with are very motivated to do positive things. I also hear from my colleagues in Scottish Government, every time I have a meeting where there's a minister present, they reinforce their commitment to net zero, they've reinforced their commitment to learning for sustainability, and also to the restoration and protection of nature. So the rhetoric is there. They're positive signs, but still there's so much more to do. And the more ways we can be innovative, the more ways we can actually partner together, I think the more we can find opportunities to deliver on this perhaps most important of all agendas associated with sustainability. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Higgins. Well, I have a lot of questions and comments, but I want to keep them for the end of the interventions. Now I'm going to give the floor to Christophe Moquet. Christophe is head of the Masters in Science Conservation and Valorization of Marine Resources (MAR) at Université Côte d'Azur. With a PhD in marine biology and a passion for the oceans, he works to bring together the scientific, environmental, and socio-economic dimension of the marine world to value and better protect its treasures. Christophe has been promoting blue growth for sustainable development of communities for 10 years in a business school and non-profit organizations. Since 2018, he is the director of the Interdisciplinary and International Program on Marine Resource, Master MAR, at Université Côte d'Azur. Christophe, thank you very much to be here. I give you the floor.
Thank you, Patricia. Well, we saw that with you, with Francesca, for example, talking about the challenge of educating students on social environmental aspects like climate change and ocean conservation, because it's challenging, because we need a lot of different disciplines to work together. And so this is a bit challenging because traditional education generally silo knowledge, and yeah, it's a big challenge for us to adapt education into that. So today I will share with you, with slides, I hope, I will share with you concrete examples from my really local experience with the MSc Mares at Université Côte d'Azur. So it's an interdisciplinary program and international that integrates marine science, conservation, and innovation. And I feel really privileged to be able to do so. So thank you for your invitation. I hope, yeah, thank you. So next slide, please.
No.
Next. So the first thing is that before talking about interdisciplinarity, it's important to know that we need disciplinary programs. In science, we need disciplinary programs in law, for example. But in addition to these programs at Université Côte d'Azur, we develop around 10 international and interdisciplinary programs to tackle complex issues such as climate change or marine conservation. And one crucial point in interdisciplinary program, next, is that we need to ensure the maintenance of a high level of the core knowledge, science for us. We have to make sure that even if we open up to more disciplines, students are still equipped with high level of science. And it's a challenge because we need to find time to also open up to next conservation, for example. And when we talk about conservation, it's, for example, to assess the different challenges related to the ocean for us, but also to assess the possible solutions which have to be adapted to the different situations, different contexts, as we were saying with Francesca. Because we want to help for decision making adapted to the context. Next, and also we would like to offer students to develop their own solutions through, for example, entrepreneurship, because as you said, we need money also to find solutions. And so in that, our students are part of this interdisciplinarity and international approach. We've got students coming from science, engineering, political science, or economy, and they work together. And also currently, we've got, so it's small, it's not that large like you. We've got different programs in 2 years, in career transition, also in 1 year, or in level up. So we've got something like 65 students, and they come from 25 nationalities, and it's really important they work together. Next. So our program wants to align, next. Our program wants to align on the SDGs, on the Sustainable Development Goals, not only to have a list of colorful icons, and not only for the blue one, SDG 14, but because what we want here is to connect the different problems which are often solutions to each other's. So next. So for example, one class here, Blue Sustainable Development, not only talks about marine science, but also connect it to aspects of developing communities, empowering communities, and reducing inequalities. And I think it's really important because it ensures students to not only understand the science, but as you said, also the socio-economic dimension behind that. Next. So it's a bit pretentious, but I hope that this program can serve as a model for sustainable education, bridging disciplines and fostering collaboration across different sectors. We try our best to combine academic excellence with also some experiential education, practical experience, real-world solutions. So here 2 examples. Fieldworks for developing critical thinking for students. So we are here really lucky on the Côte d'Azur. We've got nice islands immediately close to Cannes and Nice. Or visiting professionals, so partners here. Eranova, for example, is a great partner collecting green macroalgae on green tides to produce alternatives to plastic. And it's really interesting and inspiring to see that we have to connect science and engineering and all of that, sorry, to find solutions. Next. So the idea here is to teach students not only the technical skills, like, for example, data collection, but also the understanding on how the ecosystem fits in the social, environmental dimension. And into that, so the international experience for our students is really important. Once again, to draw solutions which are adapted to a particular context, to the local community context. So I'm proud of our alumni, of course, and these alumni, they show that it works. I think, for example, about Florina and Florence. Both of them are working in an NGO called Coral Guardian. This NGO is based in Indonesia, and they work in developing bottom-up approach of conservation, so with local communities, but also finding good ways to adapt the local communities to the consequence of climate change. And we do that also in the Philippines with Blue Alliance, in the Mediterranean, like here with this Posidonia bottom with Blue Seeds, or in French Polynesia with the Rawi, and to protect marine conservation thanks also to their special way of culture there. And also with startups, we mentioned Eranova before. This is Inalv, it's in Nice. And here's the idea of Inalv. It's a startup based on the growth of microalgae to find alternatives in the feed of our food, the cattle, in order to to make our food security also more sustainable on the long term. Next. We're talking about education. So to maximize impact, we want to go beyond the classroom. And so it means here trying to reach a larger audience. So our Mares to the World initiative engages with communities through educational outreach programs. So with our students, we aim to bring scientific knowledge to a broader audience, as I told you. It can be for kids, for parents, but also for teachers, educators. Next. Because teachers, they often encounter challenges when it comes to sustainability. They can lack appropriate resources. They can have difficulty to integrate these different topics in the curriculum of the kids. And so it's what already we talked a little bit here. And so at our really local level, we try to produce resources to support educators, to provide materials, so with experts, that integrate scientific, socio-economic, but also cultural dimensions. And for example, here what we've got, it's a comic book series with Naya. So she's a journalist, a young journalist. She has a friend. He is a scientist, and they try to understand the problematic of marine conservation. Then next book, it's to retrace the history of the ocean, highlighting climate change. The next one is a board game, which becomes really famous for the teachers in high schools around Nice. So Université Côte d'Azur is trying to distribute this kind of games. We talk about marine conservation, but also the Sustainable Development Goals. So we have questions for the kids, but also for the parents, so they can work together. And we use all of these tools in different events, science fairs, but also events organized with the local community for the city of Nice, for example. And also on the way to UN Ocean Conference, UNOC, which is going to be organized in Nice in June 2025. We of course have a lot of events organized with the regional schools. So to conclude, next, I would like to, of course, once again highlight the fact that interdisciplinary education is crucial, is a key for addressing the climate crisis. Not only the climate crisis, here we're also talking about ocean conservation. It's tightly linked, and I know it's important for Mary. But I would like to finish by mentioning also that in a really specific context that we've got now, we also need to adapt education to modern challenges, such as, for example, developing critical thinking with kids, especially to combat misinformation. We've seen that already, and unfortunately, we may see that more in the near future. And also to ensure a lifelong learning opportunity or opportunities to non-student population. So whatever it's kids or it's the parents, and so it's what we try to do also at our local level. Of course, we are not the only one to do that. It's really local, and that's why I will be really happy to continue to exchange with you and maybe collaborate. Thank you again for giving us the possibility to talk about our local well development. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Christophe, for this beautiful project, Mares.
Thank you, Patricia.
I'm saying properly. We are going to coming back to how you have combined conservation, science, and also formation to the teacher. I didn't know that. That's a great thing also. And now we are going to give the floor to Eric. I don't know if he's here. He's already here. Eric Guillardi. Eric Guillardi is already here through Zoom because it wasn't here at first. No, he didn't connect. Well, but we have Guillermo Cubillos. Guillermo Cubillos from Chile, who is the Director of Research, Conservation and Education at the National Zoo of Chile. He is a marine biologist and holds a degree in marine science from the Universidad Católica del Norte, a master's degree in wildlife areas and nature conservation from the University of Chile, and PhD candidate in biodiversity and evolutionary biology program at the University of Valencia, Spain, where he carries out his line of research in the study of the spatial ecology of high Andean flamingo in northern Chile and their biocultural relationship. He's a director, as I said, of research on biodiversity conservation with a focus on native species, being the principal investigator of the conservation program for the Humboldt penguin, native amphibians, short-tailed tintilla, Andean condor, and high Andean flamingo. He is part of the PLIN team of the Recovery, Conservation and Management of Species Plans of the Ministry of Environment, as well as the team for the implementation of the National Bird Conservation Strategy. Collaborator in Chile for the Association of Zoos and Aquarium of America through its program SAVES program. Guillermo, we give you the floor. Eres muy bienvenido. Te damos la palabra.
Gracias, Patricia. Oye, voy a necesitar tu traducción y quiero compartir una presentación, si que me permiten
so Guillermo is going
habilitarla.
to share a presentation. Ricardo
Sí, necesito que me
is putting the PPT, I think. Ricardo?
Yes.
Yes, he's on that. Ricardo, ¿te falta mucho? Now? Dale, Guillermo.
A ver. Tiene que compartirlo.
Tienes que compartir la presentación.
Sí, en eso estoy. No me dice que el anfitrión deshabilitó la función de compartir las pantallas.
Tratemos otra vez y si no lo haces en oral. Let's try another time. Otherwise,
Bueno.
you do like this. ¿Te funciona ahora si lo vuelves a intentar?
No me dice, no me deja, dice que está deshabilitada el compartir. No sé qué.
También si lo pueden hacer funcionar. ¿Now? Ya. Ahora sí debería funcionar.
A ver. Vamos a ver. Ahí sí.
Yeah, now it's working. Thank you.
Déjame ver.
¿Funciona?
Está en eso, pero no me aparece. Ya, ¿sabes qué? Para ganar tiempo voy a partir así nomás. ¿Ya,
Okay.
Patricia?
Ya.
Bueno, primero quería dar las gracias por la invitación.
First of all, I want to thanks for the invitation.
Sí, y a este panel, y dar las gracias también a Filantropía Cortés a través de la Fundación Mere, quienes formaron parte también de este proyecto que voy a contar.
And also thanks Filantropia Cortes Solari, institution that was part of this project that is talking about.
Sí. Bueno, la experiencia que les voy a contar es un programa de educación para la conservación denominado Los Guardianes de los Flamencos.
So he's going to talk about a program named Guardian for the Flamingo.
Y cuyo objetivo fue vincular a las comunidades locales presentes en la región de Antofagasta y también a algunas escuelas locales.
Which purpose was to create a relationship between the local communities of Antofagasta regions and these species.
Sí, y esto específicamente se desarrolló en la Reserva Nacional Los Flamencos, cuyo paisaje se caracteriza por volcanes y lagunas altoandinas donde viven justamente los flamencos altoandinos.
And this program was developed in the National Reserve of Flamenco, which has a lot of those species in the north of Chile.
Ya. Y bueno, el programa se inició porque básicamente las 3 especies de flamenco que habitan ahí están hoy día seriamente amenazadas en su observación.
And this program was developed mainly because the 3 species that are in those habitats are under threat.
Ajá. Bien, en la línea de acción de la vinculación con las comunidades se desarrollaron distintos planes de acción. El primero tenía que ver con talleres, por ejemplo, operadores turísticos para promover el turismo responsable.
So we developed several lines of work with the local community to create those networking. One of them was the atelier for sustainable tourism.
Ajá. Y también se desarrollaron conversatorios con estos grupos para conocer un poco el contexto social y territorial de los problemas de conservación de estas especies.
We also developed working table with the local community to understand the problems they face with in order to promote the conservation of these species.
Y por parte de las actividades educativas a los colegios y escuelas rurales, se desarrollaron distintas experiencias educativas, como por ejemplo talleres de conocimiento de los flamencos, la exploración al salar y la creación de productos de difusión como fanzines, videos, etc.
And obviously we developed a lot of documents and video and ateliers of education in order to promote the knowledge of these species.
Y de acuerdo a nuestras evaluaciones, el programa educativo desarrollado en esos 3 años, que fue lo que partimos el año 2022, tuvo un positivo la adquisición de conocimiento por parte del estudiante y también así la valoración hacia los flamencos y sus ecosistemas.
So according to us, the impact of this program on the local communities of young people was really great. They developed a lot of knowledge about these species.
Y uno de los hitos relevantes después que hicimos ya todos estos años fue el desarrollo del Festival de los Flamencos, que se celebra justo el Día Internacional del Flamenco, el 26 de abril.
So afterward, we decided to develop the International Flamenco Festival on each 26th of April.
Ajá. Y en sus 3 últimas celebraciones ya hemos convocado a más de 500 personas más o menos, y ha sido una instancia donde se ha reunido y se ha hablado de conservación, cultura, cosmovisión, y se han creado lazos de identidad entre los asistentes.
And in those last 3 years, we have had more than 500 assisted, which is a lot, by the way, because it's a very small town, and talking about conservation and cosmovision on the region.
Yeah. Y bueno, esta celebración se llevó a cabo el último año en la Reserva Elemental Puribetar de la Fundación Meri en San Pedro de Atacama.
So the last year the celebration was in the Elemental Reserve of Puribetar that belonged to Philanthropy Cortes Solari in the Atacama Desert.
Bueno, para finalizar, nosotros a partir de este programa identificamos varios desafíos. Primero de ellos,
So through this program we identify some challenges. The first one
entender que las amenazas a la biodiversidad tienen sus orígenes en los conflictos sociales y económicos, por ejemplo, el acceso a la educación.
So first of all, understand that maybe one of the main threats of the species are the social conflict. For example, the poverty, the inequality.
Sí. Por otra parte, el acceso o los trabajos en zonas tan aisladas del territorio chileno como esto también es un desafío importante para desarrollar programas educativos de esta naturaleza.
Secondly, the fact that we have those very large territory with some difficulties to access on those territory is another challenge to develop this conservation program.
Sí, y otro también es, como también mencionaron anteriormente, es contar con los recursos humanos y económicos para el desarrollo e implementación de este tipo de programas.
And obviously,
bueno, y para esto es...
Sorry,
sí,
and obviously
sí.
the third challenge is the lack of human resources and economic resources.
Para esto se sugiere articular acciones colaborativas tanto del sector público como del sector privado.
This is why we really need collaborative actions between the public and private sector.
Por último, para dejar como reflexiones de la discusión, y dada esta experiencia, nosotros pensamos que se deben crear instancias de participación para la comunidad con el fin de involucrarla en las decisiones que tomen sobre sus territorios.
So as a reflection, we believe that we need to develop local moments with the community in order to let them to be part of the common decision that we take.
Y que estas experiencias puedan llegar a los tomadores de decisiones, no solo del sector público y privado, sino también a las comunidades locales con el fin de elaborar políticas educativas en pro de la conservación de los flamencos andinos en este caso.
So we believe that local communities need to be included in the policy maker decisions, including them in how are we going to develop the educational program.
Eso, muchas gracias Patricia. Solamente para finalizar agradecer a Filantropía también por el desarrollo y apoyo a CONAF, a ZETACOG y al programa SAFE Flamenco Altandinos.
So thank you, Guillermo. He was saying thank you for Filantropía, CONAF, CONTAGEF and SAFE. So thank you very much, Guillermo. It's a very beautiful and important example of a local conservation program that allow us to protect the Andean flamenco, a fundamental and essential species. Now we are going to give the floor to Lorena González Muñoz. I saw Lorena a few minutes ago. Lorena was an outstanding participant in the Caserta Foundation's program Profes en Red, Teacher in Red. She has more than 25 years of teaching and management experience in the public and private sector, and for the last 10 years she has been a principal of public educational establishment as a part of the Alta Dirección Pública, the national local system to hire people in the national administration. With a focus on improving the quality and equity of education, she has studied integral leadership, educational management, neuropedagogy, and human rights, which allow her to design innovative strategies. Her holistic vision of leadership fosters educational and community focus on the well-being of students, teachers, and family, promoting collaborative development, active participation, and last but not least, fostering the search for meaning and spirituality. Lorena, ¿nos puedes escuchar?
Sí, los puedo escuchar y también quería ver si puedo presentar, que también tengo una presentación. Voy a ver si puedo compartir pantalla.
Entiendo que la pantalla ya está desbloqueada. She's have a presentation too, and normally she could be able to present. Yeah, we can see podemos ver tu slide. We can see your slide, Lorena.
I'll do it in English.
Okay, Lorena.
So, thank you very much. I'm very glad and very happy to be here today. And I want to share with you my professional development and learning as a graduate of a program by Fundación Caserta that is called Profes in Red. In this program, I learned that educators are agents of change, capable of transforming and inspiring their students on a deeper even spiritual level, by reviving in them the joy of living. I learned that our work transcends the walls of the classroom and that through teaching we can inspire future generations to reconnect with what is essential, our human nature and our connection to the planet. As many of you know, education today faces a profound dilemma. When we look towards the future, it becomes clear that we need something more than educational models of the past, which were built for industrialized societies. These models emphasized memorization, discipline, and conformity, as well as basic skills like reading, writing, and arithmetic, skills that suited the needs of the time. Today, however, it is no longer enough to transmit technical knowledge or functional skills. The world needs educators who recognize themselves as agents of change. Critical thinking, digital competences, socio-emotional intelligence, adaptability, and a global and environmental consciousness are now essential for navigating life in the 21st century. More than ever, we need educators who can understand the profound connection between education, nature, and social transformation. Educators who can help future generations remember something that we as human beings have forgotten, that we are part of nature. As Francisca Cortés Solari, founder of Fundación Caserta and Filantropía Cortés Solari has said, teachers must help their students remember their universal memory, from the ego to the echo. During my experience in Profes in Red, I connected deeply with this vision. I learned and grasped practical tools and conceptual frameworks that reshaped my understanding of education. And this included the map of development, a multidimensional framework that integrates learning across the body, emotions, mind, and spirituality. Socio-emotional competences essential for teaching empathy, fostering a sense of belonging and joy in life, and cultivating a deep connection with nature and others. Ethical and intercultural competences. This enabled me to approach teaching with love and spirituality, helping students see themselves as part of something greater. The four pillars of education: learning to know, learning to live together, learning to be, and learning to do. Finally, the role of innovative education in inspiring students and teaching them how to act in the world, both in natural and urban settings. As a graduate of Profes in Red, I can share with you that this process not only transformed me as an educator and leader, but also as a person. This program reminded me that educators are not mere transmitters of knowledge. We are guides, agents of change, able to transform lives and entire communities. Education is about remembering that we are part of nature, remembering that living in a community has profound values. Likewise, every action we perform seeks transcendence. It helps us to connect to what is essential, respect others for who they are, for what they do, and the impact they can cause in the environment. From this perspective, Francisca Cortés Solari has pointed out that the educator becomes a guide, a facilitator, who helps students retrieve the forgotten memory, are related to our ancestors and their connection with the world. This experience is not limited to my own context. The strategies and tools shared in Prophecy in Red can inspire similar educational programs anywhere in the world. My invitation to you today is to consider how these practices could be implemented in your communities, tailored to the realities and challenges of your countries. On this journey, ancestral knowledge offers an invaluable compass. The lives and teachings of those who inhabited the earth generations ago, and even those from just a few decades ago, hold lessons that can guide us. These teachings, still present in the daily practices of many communities, show us how to live in harmony with the planet and ourselves. We must look back to move forward. Fundación Caserta deeply believes in this transformative vision of education, and so do I. I have acquired new tools to improve my educational leadership that is now based on love. Love that transcends human relationships and extends to the earth and its natural environment. Through our actions, we can truly transform communities. The importance of this conversation is enhanced in the context of COP29, where we are gathered to share successful stories in sustainable education. Our planet urgently needs us to take these stories beyond the classroom and turn them into global movements. Education is not just a tool, it is the access that supports our capacity to build a sustainable future. However, this requires more than growing in knowledge and understanding. We have to create integral institutions that offer emotional security, love, and respect, providing places where teachers and students feel they are part of a meaningful place. In summation, and to conclude, if we can help this generation of students to deeply develop our ancestral memories related to spiritual connection with nature, we will have planted the seeds for a more conscious, fair, and resilient beings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lorena, to share with us this beautiful experience in Profes en Red with all your experiment there. Now we are going to give the floor to Juan Davila Verdun, founder and managing director of FutureEd. Juan is the founder and managing director of FutureEd, as I just said, an international educational organization born in Monaco and developed with passion in the UK, founded to contribute to achievement of the UN Agenda 2030. Juan, I don't know if you can hear us. I saw you.
Yes, I can.
Okay, you are very welcome, and we give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Patricia, for the introduction. It's a bit strange to be on this side, back at home, taking into account that a few days I was with you there in Baku in Azerbaijan, also participating of the COP. Well, thank you, everybody. I was listening to the interventions and I was thinking about what we do in FutureEd. FutureEd started in the middle of the pandemic in 2020 because we thought that higher education needed a sort of revamping, a sort of redesigning. There were a lot of programs focused on early education, non-formal education, primary and secondary education, but university education had very little attention in terms of how professionals are formed and trained in sustainability. We have seen in the numbers in Latin America, for example, where we have encountered that with the bumping of the last global pandemic, the availability of courses and trainings in Spanish was less than 10%. or 7% in online training platforms like Coursera, EDX, and compared to other languages like Arabic. We also have been observing that in Latin America, according to available information from UNESCO Institute on Latin American Training and Academic Research, that only 10% of the students in Latin America from the public and the private sectors are able to graduate from universities. Also, we have realized that the average that it takes to a student to complete undergrad program is a lot longer. Whether in Europe, in United States, in other regions of the world, it takes between 3 to 4 years for a student to graduate, 3 years full-time, 4 years part-time. In Latin America, the average can go from 7 to 9 years. In those terms, the reason is what happened with those students that are unable to graduate, are unable to commit 7 to 9 years just to complete an undergrad program in Latin America, and how they are reinventing themselves to incorporate into society. We believe that in the Agenda 2030, when we are talking about sustainability, we have to talk about the use of the resources that we already have, and academic design, making academic design more sustainable, more cost efficient, more inclusive, but as well more able to catch the essence of the discussions in science is fundamental. And for that, we have started a series of programs in partnership with 10 universities in Latin America from the public and the private sector. And we have developed an online platform where we are currently developing 5 credentials, micro-credentials for teachers in partnership with these universities, in which we are assessing how we can redesign academic programs for make it available for students from different socioeconomic backgrounds that didn't have access to higher education before, but as well how to redesign the academic contents that are available in traditional careers to include elements of sustainability. So far, since 2021, we have more than 30,000 students in all Latin America. And we have to say that this year, just in Argentina, we have included a program with 5,000 students from different provinces in the country. So we also have participated together with the World Bank and with the IMF and UNESCO and the BID of conversations back in February about the importance of making sure that we support the academic redesign of university careers looking at the future. Because if we don't have enough professionals to promote, for example, climate finance or entrepreneurship, or like we were discussing a few days ago about energetic transition, then the question is how it's going to be going to the future. Although our populations are growing, and there has been more students than 20 years ago, according to figures that we have analyzed, it is true that these numbers are not enough and are not comparable to the amount of the demographic growth that we are observing. So although we have more professionals, this is kind of liquidated in the proportion of the growth of the populations in some countries in Latin America. At the same time, we have observed that in the decision making of local, regional and national parliaments, there is some lack of training in academic formation and sustainability in the way in how political decisions, political policies are formed or are designed. We have observed that in some countries, between 30 to 50% of the members of the parliaments do not have university degrees. Then we have to think in how we are conceiving the policies that we need to build up more sustainable societies. Having said this, our path hasn't been easy until now in the past 3 years, but we are very proud that we are currently working with 64 professors from 15 countries developing these qualifications. The partnership with universities are quite successful, but it's a construction in terms of seeing priorities of the universities on changing paradigms and to helping them to see sustainability not only as something that it has to be included as a subject within a career, but in the way in how careers are designed from the core to have more professionals trained in these topics and being more prepared to the future. But this is, having said, using resources that already exist. So until here my presentation, I just wanted to share some numbers and the need about working on higher education for sustainability from different angles and perspectives, and addressing a bit the elephant of the room about what is sometimes the situation in Latin America, which it is ignored. But like Lorena has said before, programs like Profes in Red, that is the training of trainers, in this case for primary and secondary education, are essential. We also have to work about how scientific knowledge is built up within the universities, make it more accessible, but at the same time more time efficient. We cannot allow that the students take between 7 to 9 years to complete an undergrad career, because in that way we're going to pay the economical consequences of that, but as well in demography and in terms of the decision making. And here we're going to be touching more than one SDG than the SDG 4. We're going to be talking about SDG 11, we're going to be talking about SDG 8, we're going to be talking about SDG 12. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Juan, for what would you do every day through Future Ed. Now I'm going to give the floor to Eric Giliardi, President of Office for Climate Education of UNESCO. Eric, I saw you there. Eric is a climate scientist at l'Océan IPHSL in France and professor of climate science at NCAS Climate University of Reading in the UK. He has published over 100 papers in peer-reviewed journals on topics including tropical climate variability, El Niño, oceans and climate, decade variability and predictability, climate change, multimodal analysis, and state-of-the-art climate model development and software infrastructure. He has an active public outreach activities, and he is promoting the uptake of science study in the climate science community. He is currently president of the Office for Climate Education under the auspice of UNESCO, which develops climate change education resources and professional development for teachers. He is an appointed member of the CNRS Ethics Committee and of the French National Education Scientific Council. Eric, can you hear us?
Yes, hello Patricia, hello everybody. I hope you can hear me all right. Wonderful. So thank you again for this invitation to this very exciting event. I'm really sorry I cannot be with you, but technology makes it possible to all share our views on this important topic. Clearly, we heard quite inspiring words on the role of education. It's really my pleasure to share some thoughts from my perspective and also share with you what we do at the Office for Climate Education. So as a climate scientist and IPCC lead author, I know that the human impact on the climate is clear and has been so for more than 30 years. But in the meantime, climate change has moved from science into society to become one of our defining environmental challenge. However, science alone cannot guide us on how to address this crisis. This is also how we envision living together, what we collectively value, the level of risk we're prepared to assume. So it's really about which type of society we want. This is why it is also, and maybe foremost, about education. So crisis means both threat and opportunity. And if the threat cannot be ignored by us adults, and the COP is a place to discuss what we do in the face of this threat, we have a moral responsibility when it comes to education to develop a positive narrative for the young generation. The doom and gloom story, I believe, is too often the only narrative they are offered, delivered via simplistic indicators, a lack of science understanding, or a lack of transformative action. But the good news, and we heard a few examples already, that climate change education comes from unique and exciting opportunities. First, an opportunity to learn about science in general, and climate science in particular, of course drawing from the best available sources such as IPCC reports. But it's also, and we heard Lorena mention that, I think it's really important, it's an opportunity to learn about life skills, humanities, global citizenship, climate justice, providing the systemic perspective to the young generation, as for example encapsulated in the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We cannot separate those as different goals. It's also an opportunity to encourage critical minds, hopeful hearts, and able hands to turn anxiety into agency. So, of course, we need to empower educators, that has been said already, to provide that young generation with the robust understanding of climate change and the skills to act as I was just mentioning, to act as a global citizen in our changing world. This also means clear and explicit educational goals and an articulated vision of the different subjects in the classroom. And that has to be organized by the local educational teams. And of course, for that, we need high-quality initial and service teacher professional development. So it is really to empower primary and secondary teachers worldwide for this ambitious and inspiring mission that the Office for Climate Education, the OCE, was created 6 years ago now, bridging the gap between the climate scientists and the educators. This is really our two legs, if you like. So the OCE develops sets of pedagogical resources based on IPCC reports, summary for teachers, pedagogical guides, multimedia resources, and that are all both scientifically and pedagogically validated in different countries, all translated in several languages, fully available to teachers. The OCE also offers the associated teacher professional development opportunities and facilitates network of practice worldwide. 2 days ago happened the 4th edition of the Teachers COP, developed by OCE, but now run with a number of partners, and this year with the pleasure to collaborate with the VVOB on developing this Teachers COP. And the Teachers COP is a way of bringing the teachers together, proposing topics that are then presented at policymakers at COP. It's also a way for teachers to exchange with their colleagues and what they do, and sometimes they can feel a bit lonely. So it's really an opportunity for them to develop and test their ideas as educators on this difficult topic. So also as a pivotal co-coordinator of the newly established Greening Education Partnership, championed by the EU, whose secretary is done by UNESCO. So OCE serves as a bridge between that global landscape of science and the specific needs of primary and secondary school locally. It's this local weaving, if you like, with both the example you take on climate change, but also the specific needs of the local pedagogy is absolutely essential, so you can develop actions that go to scale, which is really at the heart of what the office is trying to do. So developing pilot project and seeding capacity building for education system worldwide is really what the OCE does. Of course, one of the first and foremost example of what we do is the ALEC project in Latin America that started 5 years ago and has allowed to empower thousands of teacher and teacher trainers and counting, of course, but also has enabled several states in Mexico and Colombia to change their curricula and really develop quality climate change education for all, not just in a few schools. So I really think that inspired by the Paris Agreement, the time for quality climate change education has come. And as Stefania Giannini, the Assistant Director General for Education at UNESCO, reminds us regularly, education is probably the most transformational climate adaptation action. So I'm really excited about what is happening. A lot of countries, a lot of actors are joining forces, seeing what works. There's a lot of science work also being done in climate education. We know what things that work, having that unique combination of the head, the heart, and the hand, and leading to action. So that's really, it's a big challenge for many educational systems, but I think we have the energy and the vision to achieve that. So on that, I'll close, and thank you again so much for this invitation. I look forward for the exchange.
Thank you very, very much, Eric. So before starting the question, I want to thank you everyone. It has been a wonderful panel with different kind of experience, local, university and so on, and public policy makers also. But I want to know first of all if the public has a question or if we start the conversation. So I offer to the public the floor if you eventually have some question. If not, yes, you, please.
Hello? Yeah. Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, I'm very happy to attend this conversation, the panel. My interest went on the education as far as climate is concerned. And this was, my question goes to, I don't know, all of them, all of you, or the professor who was talking about the e-learning. After the pandemic that you had established e-learning in your area. My question is, what was the challenge faced during the process, and how do you, how can you advise this to the areas, to the remote areas, maybe like the developing countries where there is limited resource in terms of computer or internet? Yeah, how do you advise this? And another question, which tool did you use for monitoring the effectiveness of the process? Thank you.
Start with the tricky ones first, eh? So I mentioned the pandemic because everybody knows what was happening within education, that young people, students in universities were not present anymore within their learning contexts. And so it more than anything, it provided us with a prod to make sure that we thought about how could we work with people in more remote environments and larger numbers of people. The way in which we approached this was within the university. It was through our digital learning specialists who were already there. So what had to happen was we built approaches which used the technology we already had, which was pretty shaky. And of course, what we have now is very different indeed. The bigger project to do with the teachers across Scotland, which was the next level when we worked with those, that relied upon what facilities they had in their schools, which were often not very good. So we made sure that we could use phones, that we could communicate, and we could run courses that use people's mobile phones. And then the MOOCs that we've developed and we're using at the moment, that's the Learning for a Sustainable Future at COP. These are, again, using mobile phone technology as well as people being able to use their home computers. So you should be able to get them, and if not, we'll speak afterwards about that. In terms of monitoring the effectiveness of these, the way in which we've done this is because we've been working with Coursera more recently. They have assessment tools that are built in within their programs, and so they ask the effectiveness of the programs of the people that they're working with. And I should just, who are signed up to the MOOCs, what I should just say though is that the way in which they're designed is not to just give information, because you've heard from everybody else as well as me, that doesn't work. You provide information, you provide context, but you must find ways of engaging. So the tools, if you join either of the courses, they're open, and they'll continue to be open for months yet. They encourage people to join in an online way where they can collaborate in discussion, fora, etc. So they've got really quite high approvals from the people who are involved as learners through that process of engaging them directly in a way in which isn't about just giving information. I hope that helps a bit. Thank you.
Voilà. Thank you, Pete. I was thinking in a question for all of you maybe, and it seems that increasing coverage of education damage the quality of education in terms of the access of the nature, because the school remain that place where everything is contained proper in program. At least this is what we see probably in the developed countries. So how can we change that? And I wish maybe to start with Guillermo, and I'm going to translate him, because Guillermo brings students in the Salar de Atacama. He explained them what is happening to the flamenco, and maybe one of the most worrying things is that those kids have never seen the flamenco before. Considering that they just live there, so something is happening. They are not in the city, they are not in the capital of the countries, but they still don't know their habitat. So there is a bridge that we need to cover. Guillermo estaba haciendo la siguiente pregunta, que considerando que pareciera ser que entre más aumenta la cobertura en educación, se hace en desmedro de la calidad de la educación en el sentido del acceso a la naturaleza, y queríamos partir contigo un poco comentando lo que tú has observado de aquellos estudiantes de San Pedro de Atacama que a veces no han nunca tenido acceso a los flamencos, a los salares, y que a través de estos programas logran tenerlos, y cuál ha sido tu experiencia en la materia. No sé si nos escuchas.
Sí, perfecto. Gracias, Patricia. Sí, es un muy buen ejemplo que has dado. Nosotros, en la experiencia que hemos tenido en la Reserva Nacional de los Flamencos, justamente que a pesar de ser localidades y comunas muy cercas, están muy cerca de la naturaleza.
Voy a traducir. The experience that Guillermo has is that despite this is a very close place to the National Reserve,
hay niños y familias que jamás han visto un flamenco, jamás han visto un salar, siendo que están viviendo a 50 o 40 kilómetros del lugar. Entonces, eso nos habla un poco de la desconexión que existe hoy en día respecto de las personas que viven en esos lugares, respecto a los lugares que ellos cohabitan junto a la naturaleza.
So we found family that had never, Wall's family that had never visited the salars and the flamingo, even if they live 40 kilometers away. And that talk about the disconnection we have with our ecosystem.
Exactamente. Y es complejo porque finalmente los niños era la primera vez que veían un flamenco a través de este programa educativo, siendo que las escuelas locales tampoco lo fomentan. Entonces, siento que, bueno, por una parte estos programas pueden ayudar, pero creo que también hay una tarea pendiente por parte de los gobiernos, ¿verdad?, o los que se encargan de las políticas educativas, de generar instancias de conexión con la naturaleza y de vínculo con el entorno.
So this is a challenge because it means that the local schools has never promote this kind of knowledge, and obviously it's a challenge for the national government to do so. Muchas gracias, sí. Guillermo.
Bueno,
¿Sí?
Gracias.
¿Sigue? ¿Perdona? No, okay.
No, estamos bien, gracias.
Thank you. So I would like to do the same question to you, Pete, and also to you, Christoph, because at university you try to combine this. But I'm thinking that we should start this at school, obviously. So how do you see that?
if you're looking at me because of schools, I suppose I should say that although we have a model which says that young people need to engage with the natural world, it's very hard to find time and space in the curriculum within the school day to do so. But what we've been doing, as you've heard from other panelists, is we've been trying to work with teachers to give them the confidence to do so, and so they don't feel that the outside is a dangerous place, that they feel comfortable to work in outdoor environments. And we've built teaching approaches and guidance that allow them to do so within the period of a school, within a school period of, say, 40 minutes. So how do you use what's directly outside your door? How do you use something that's just a little bit farther away? And so we've built a model around, if you like, concentric circles, where the teacher might develop more confidence to go to farther afield eventually. But we see exactly that same separation you've just heard about, where we've got young people and adults who just haven't seen parts of the natural world. At university level, at the university, I work on specific programs which are about training people to use the outdoors, master's programs in outdoor environmental education. And another thing that University of Edinburgh's done is it has some large areas of land which it's partnering with or has bought to sequester carbon, and we take the students out to those to help them to understand that they can they plant a tree, they start to learn the issues to do with climate change associated with those activities. So we try to build practical activities in as much as we can, but it's very difficult at university level to do that because of the tightness of the structure as well. So it's a long, slow process, but we're all trying to do it, just as you've heard from others.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I would like to come back on this idea of disconnection. We heard that just before. It's something that we all see. For example, we are partnering with a local NGO called Les Petits Débrouillards, so it's really typically French, his name. But the city of Nice proposed this NGO to have their offices in the city center, and they decided to go in the outer part of the city, in places where actually teenagers or young people are just 1 kilometer from the sea or 2 kilometers from the sea, but they never go there. They don't even know that there are fantastic stuff there because they are really, again, disconnected to the beauty of nature. So this is not something that we can directly tackle in the master program because we obviously have students who had the chance to reach us. But we help teachers, not to change the whole curricula, of course we cannot do that, but to offer them some opportunities, some key moments when we visit the classes. For example, we organize say 40 minutes, 1 hour, 30 minutes, where we try to show them the beauty of nature and also that everything is combined, that they can have an impact, once again, with this Mares to the World initiative. So once again, it's really local what we're doing, but I guess we're all trying to do the same, to reconnect people who haven't had the chance to be connected to nature.
Mr. Ladislao, I have a last question. This is maybe the most difficult question, but we have discussed in other panels about the need to integrate or to try to integrate as possible it is the knowledge in science and to facilitate the message to the rest of the educators. So in your role as EPCC Vice Chair, as focal point in education, what are the roadmap that you have in your institution in order to try to facilitate the access of science for the not only young people but also the teachers and professors?
Yeah, thank you very much, and let me appreciate for the discussion that has been going on for the last 1 hour. And with regard to the roadmap in terms of integrating different knowledge, including the indigenous knowledge, we have seen that, and it is the priority of IPCC to incorporate and integrate indigenous knowledge in our processes. So this has been evidenced by the scoping meeting that took place some few months ago, where we did scope this special report on climate change and cities and brought together experts, practitioners, scientists, and indigenous people to provide their input in terms of informing the outline of the IPCC Special Report on Climate Change and Cities. So it is our priority to incorporate indigenous knowledge in the 7th assessment cycle. So just to give you confidence in that, 7th assessment cycle will be remembered by the extent and scope to which various entities have been included. So in terms of our major priority of strengthening inclusivity, including the indigenous people.
Very much to all of you. It has been a very, very interesting panel. You can find all these video in www.fcs.tv. So thank you again, everyone. Y muchas gracias a los que han estado participando en Zoom desde Chile. Un abrazo para ellos. And we are going to take a picture now of the whole group here. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias por la invitación.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye to all.
Toma aquí para ti. Chao, chao.
Bye. Chao.
Muy bueno, ¿no? Excelente pabellón, ¿ah? Bueno, hay que viajar.
We are wonderful one.
Oye, sí, yo sé que esto es mucho libre.
Aló, Ricardo.
¿Aló?
Aló, Ricardo, ¿me escuchas?
Te escucho, te escucho.
Ya, bien, hay que hacer todo de nuevo con
el celular de
tema de
Francisca.
interpretación.
Ah, y
Pero
también.
primero acá.
Ok.
Primero acá.
¿Estás tú? ¿Lo vas a hacer tú como lo hicimos la otra vez? ¿O lo hago yo?
Sí, lo voy a hacer yo. Sí, hay que dejar entrar la Ale también. Pero si quieres, me da el host a mí y yo la dejo entrar.
Ya. Qué bueno, qué bueno. Partían a las 10:30. Partíamos a las 9 hoy día. Esta parte de la tienda.
Ok, Ricardo, hay que aceptar la Ale y me tienes que dar el host, por favor.
Join with computer audio.
Estás encendida, Ale, en Zoom.
Ok, la Ale está aceptada.
Sí, súper, está aceptada.
Gracias.
Te mando el host por WhatsApp.
No, tienes que hacerme host. Tienes que hacerme host
Ya, ¿cómo
aquí
era?
en la los tres puntos en participantes. No, espérate, participantes y pones el mouse sobre mi nombre, aprieta los 3 puntos y de ahí pones hacer host, hacer anfitrión.
Do you want to change the host partition? Ahí está, Pati.
Ya. Ok, dame un segundo. Ya, voy a ver. Y interpretación, ya. Vamos a poner. Ya, ahora lo voy a iniciar, ¿ya? Y de ahí tienes que ponerlo en el celular de Francisca y tienes que mutearlo.
Sí, correcto. Pato, ¿podemos probar el audio de Fran? Perfecto, perfecto. Ah, a la Ale no la escucho. Ok.
Aló, aló. ¿Partimos, Ricardo? How many persons?
Have two online.
Yeah.
3, 4.
3, 4, yeah. Es for the chair, pero ahí yo... ¿Funciona? ¿Ok?
¿Aló?
Ya, ya. ¿Te quieres sentar ahí?
Yeah, yeah.
O
Okay.
ahí.
I will stay here. Yeah, thank you.
Y ahí está la cámara y así yo...
Okay, okay, thank you. Okay? You can sit. Okay, good morning, everyone. Hmm?
Entra panela.
You want to sit or?
Yes. Mira.
Can you put the slide on this one? Yeah, thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you to be here and online for joining us today at the Science for Climate Action Pavilion. My name is Cécile Sabourois. I'm professor of marine biology at Université Côte d'Azur and will be your moderator this morning for this panel entitled the slide. Innovation, Digitalization and Climate Change, the Space to Conquer. As the effects of climate change becoming more apparent, innovation is expected to play a major role in enabling national and subnational decarbonization processes. In addition to technological process, addressing global challenges through innovation also involves organizational, social and economic changes. This panel will discuss these challenges with a particular focus on the urgency of accelerating the processes of scientific and technological development and the uptake of new technologies by industry. It's my immense pleasure to give the floor to Francisca Cortés Solari, Executive President of Philanthropy Cortés Solari. Francisca is an entrepreneur, environmentalist and philanthropist who had dedicated her life to integral and sustainable development initiatives in Chile and around the world. With an extensive personal and family background in the world of design and retail, in 2002 she founded Philanthropy Cortés Solari, a philanthropic project that promotes integral and sustainable development through integral education, climate change mitigation, and biodiversity conservation. For more than 20 years now, Philanthropy Cortés Solari has been working on integral education programs focused on the educational community in Chile and Latin America, with an experiential character and in connection with nature, reaching more than 7,000 young people and teachers each year. Francisca has been an outstanding promoter of climate change mitigation and biodiversity conservation in Latin America through scientific research, environmental education and outreach projects developed by the Mary Foundation, part of Philanthropy Cortés Solari. Of particular note are projects related to the research and conservation of cetaceans, condors and flamingos, as well as the organization of regional climate change conferences and co-organization of the Science for Climate Action Pavilion at the Conference of the Parties, which aims to support the dissemination of science in environmental decision-making. From 2024, Francisca is a new member of IUCN's 15 Patrons of Nature, that brings together the world's leading conservation leaders to mobilize resources and technical capacity and strengthens IUCN's management and vision for conservation. Francisca, over to you.
Hola, gracias. Bueno, seguro que mi discurso va a ser más corto que mi presentación, de todas maneras.
I'm sure that my speech is going to be shorter than the presentation.
Bueno, primero que nada, muchas gracias a los panelistas que también tenemos por streaming. También tenemos uno de los panelistas que trabaja en Fundación Caserta, en el equipo de medición de impacto, con un gran desafío. Nosotros creemos que tenemos como educadores que estamos en el medio, necesitamos ir a la vanguardia. Nos costó mucho tal vez tomar la decisión de que igual tendríamos que integrar la innovación y la tecnología dentro del aula, pero entendemos que después del COVID eso fue un gran paso. Y hoy día con IA, ya con la inteligencia artificial, no nos podemos quedar atrás. Por lo tanto, la innovación, la creatividad y la tecnología, tenemos que ir viendo y buscando soluciones que sean soluciones efectivas en el fondo en cuanto a lo que queremos mostrar en esas aplicaciones.
Those solutions has to be effective.
Porque sabemos que también tienen sus amenazas, las aplicaciones. Entonces ha sido un desafío muy grande de crear una aplicación y de que pudiera no dispararse hacia cualquier dirección en el fondo. Sabemos que la tecnología hoy en día estamos todavía en vanguardia, pero yo diría que estamos muy adentro en cuanto a todo lo que es la inteligencia artificial. Y creo que es importante empezar a poner la conversación de la innovación, de la inteligencia artificial dentro de la educación para buscar formas de cómo podemos ayudar a los docentes o a los alumnos, alumnas a poder desarrollarse de mejor manera. Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your inspiring word, Francesca. And without delay, we will start our session with Professor Peter Higgins, who will advise us to be mindful of the history of innovation. Professor Peter Higgins is Chair of Outdoor Environmental and Sustainability Education at the School of Education at the University of Edinburgh. He was director of the United Nations Recognized Center of Expertise in Education for Sustainable Development, Learning for Sustainability Scotland, from 2013 to 2024. His teaching and research is interdisciplinary and his publications span a diverse range of topics. He has held a number of government advisory roles and is currently a board member of the Scottish Government's Nature Advisory Agency, Nature Scot. He is the chair of its Scientific Advisory Committee and is a member of the UK Joint Nature Conservation Committee. Please, Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and thanks for this invitation to the second panel of the day here. And in particular, of all my commitments at COP29, this is the one that was probably most unexpected, because as you've heard, this is not really my field of expertise. I'm originally an environmental scientist, a physical scientist, and a freshwater biologist, but now my world is education. When I asked Patricia for guidance on how to approach this, she said, please respond to the following. What should a person like me, whatever that might mean, expect from innovation and digitalization? What purpose should it serve? And also to consider the role of innovation and its benefits and hazards. These are wise and challenging questions which I believe we would all do well to consider. So what does all this mean to a person like me? Well, first I should say that this particular person comes from Scotland. Now, Scotland, you may know, was the place where the Industrial Revolution actually started. So back in 1770, a man by the name of James Watt invented the steam engine. What did he use for the steam engine but coal that we dug out of the ground? This was the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. 100 years later, another Scot by the name of James Young distilled liquid paraffin from oil shales that we found in Scotland. Subsequently, we found ways, along with the Norwegians, to exploit deep-sea marine oil deposits. So Scotland has been an innovator in all of the means of extracting fossil fuels that then led to the Industrial Revolution. So you would be forgiven for looking to Scotland to say, you caused this mess, you fix it. I'm not here to say that I can do that. But maybe there is a message in this, which is that these were all hailed as technological innovations at the time, which they undoubtedly were. However, the broader impacts and the consequences were not visible at the time and only became so subsequently. And now we refer to returning to or comparing our temperature to pre-industrial times. In other words, back before James Watt. So similarly, I argue we should be cautious about technological and digital innovations that are intended to reverse the unintended consequences of those of the Industrial Revolution. So here are a few thoughts that I try to keep in mind, and maybe they might be of some use. First of all, in terms of societal acceptance, I think it's important to realize that we're not well educated in the issues of innovation and digitalization. So not in a good position to evaluate and critique new technologies. So we, the public, if I consider myself as one of those, may see these as opportunities and we may see benefits, but also we're often left to question as to whether or not we have a voice. For example, a major wind turbine development is being built in the sea quite close to where I live in Scotland. And whilst I'm broadly in favour of this, I have to look more generally across my neighbours who feel that they are not able to have a voice, that actually the consultation was shallow and that it was going to be built anyway. And then from my role with Nature Scot on the Scientific Advisory Committee, I find myself involved in producing and evaluating research on the direct impacts on nature of wind turbines offshore and indeed fisheries and therefore fishermen's livelihoods. So it's complicated. Secondly, there are lots of unintended consequences I've just highlighted to technological developments, and some may do more harm than good, and we need to be careful to make sure that we balance one against the other. There are attractive new technologies like carbon capture and storage and biofuel, for example. I'm just picking a couple. But it's vital to resolve the technological issues that these result in, along with ethical issues. So, for example, with biofuels, growing appropriate crops for biofuels may well displace food crops, and particularly in places where food is more important. The cost and the benefits may well not be taken properly into consideration because we're able to pay money for the crop that produces the biofuel, but then not think about the food that's lost as a result. On carbon capture and storage, the UK government's promised to invest 22 billion over coming years, but critics argue that the tech is not well developed. Now, I work very closely with specialists in this area, and they are brilliant and they are well-meaning. But of course, these are valid and viable criticisms. They would probably smile wryly at my argument that plants have been innovating for millions of years and are actually quite good at carbon capture and storage. Regarding digitalization, there are many benefits, and clearly we've been experiencing these for decades now, and there are many more to come. There are strong advocates. For example, even UNEP, United Nations Environment Programme, is seeing ways of linking AI to the benefits for the Sustainable Development Goals, whilst others urge caution. However, it's clear that the use of AI will continue and will accelerate. Now, we're becoming increasingly aware that AI uses vast amounts of energy and water for cooling, current predictions are that globally AI will use the equivalent energy consumption of Japan by 2016 and half the water usage of the United Kingdom by 2017. This has to come from somewhere. The energy and the water has to come from somewhere. And however you cut it, these have environmental, climate and broader sustainability costs, including for the communities where the data servers are going to be built. The tech giants of Microsoft and Google claimed a few years ago that they would be carbon neutral by 2030. And not just carbon neutral, I beg your pardon, but carbon negative. Their forays into AI are already causing them to backtrack. And they're considering building small-scale local nuclear power generation facilities whilst hoping for the miracle of nuclear fusion. There are significant questions around all this, including who decided we should develop these technologies in the first place? Who agreed? What are the disbenefits and where will they be felt? To what degree are we subject to the whim of the market? These are all questions that are profoundly important as we move forward in these areas. Finally, I would just say this. I really believe it's hazardous to indulge in the wishful thinking that these innovations, as seductive and promising as they may be, allow us to delay phasing out the use of fossil fuels. That has to be the most urgent priority, and innovation and digitalization will play its part as we move towards a more sustainable future. But we can't ignore the fact that we still do need to decarbonize. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Peter, for this nice introduction and thoughts. Now I will give the floor to Mr. Monsef Ziani, who will present new approaches that should be adopted in the design and construction of large infrastructure in order to tackle climate change effects. Mr. Ziani is Vice President of FIDIC and CEO of CID, Conseil Ingénierie and Development, a multidisciplinary engineering firm operating in civil engineering, buildings, transportation and hydraulic projects. Based in Morocco, CID is the largest Moroccan consulting company with a staff of 400 engineers and technicians operating in Africa, in the Middle East, and as well as in Albania. Mr. Ziani is also a member of the Moroccan Economic, Social and Environmental Council, CIS Morocco. Monsef, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me first say thank you to Mary Foundation for giving me this opportunity to participate to this panel. I would like first to warn you that my English will not be as good as my neighbors, and also reassure you that I will not make a technical speech, although my subject is relatively technical. I choose to share with you some ideas on how engineering infrastructure should change its approach in order to take into account climate change challenges. And why I choose to take this angle, this view angle, because engineering or engineers are the first professions that handle with the infrastructure. They design the infrastructure, they supervise the construction of this infrastructure. And second reason is that I come from a continent, Africa, where there is a very big need of infrastructure. I can give you some figures. Let me just give you one. Not more than 30% of people have access to water. So there is a very big need of water facilities. I can give any other example. And when we want to construct new infrastructure, we should construct them at the beginning able to handle with climate change effects. So as Cecile said, I was for a certain while vice president of FIDIC, which is the federation, the International Federation of Consulting Engineers, and we asked ourselves during, I think, 2015, we asked ourselves how we should push all the consulting engineers to change their approach in order to take into account climate change challenges. And I would like to share with you eight key points that we have established and we shared with all the engineers around the world. The first one is to adopt a long-term analysis when we design infrastructure. If we adopting long-term analysis allow us to take into account future, actual, present, but also future climate change impacts. Second point is that we advised our consultant engineers, member of our federation, to target resilient solutions at the beginning. Why we did so? Because many studies showed that it costs more when you try to adapt an infrastructure later to the climate change effects than to design it at the beginning as resilient. I can give you one example to illustrate this idea. Is when you plan for a port, if you don't take into account at the beginning the sea level rise, it can be very difficult 50 or 60 or 100 years later to rise the level of the port. And while it is very easy to do it at the beginning and to add several centimeters or half meter at the beginning, at the start of the design. Third idea is taking into account change and introducing innovation in order to handle with climate change issues. Need to integrate in our teams many other specialists that we didn't use to integrate with in our teams. For example, sociologists, forecasters, hydrologists, etc. The fourth point is that when you want to design a resilient infrastructure able to face climate change issues, you need to have what we call regional digital climate change models. Of course, we have, for example, IPCC has its models, and it can give us some forecast on temperature, on rains, on sea level, etc. But in many situations, we need more precise models. So we have, let's say, advised that a regional grouping of engineers establish regional models, regional digital models. 5 points is to improve the measurement networks in order to gather and use updated and reliable natural databases like temperature evolution, maritime data, sea level rise, for example, hydrological data, etc. And 6 points, 6 key points, is that introducing innovation in the design of infrastructure needs that everybody works together, not only engineers. We have more and more, we need more and more to work in synergy with architects, for example, with planners, in order to push them to introduce all the climate change issues at the start of all the designs. 7 points is as we as engineers, as consulting engineers, when we design infrastructure, we do it for investors, for clients, public or private clients. So we should convince them that introducing climate change issues, introducing innovation to handle with all these issues is necessary, and they have to pay for it, and they have to pay a little more in order that the design can be resilient. And last key points I wanted to share with you is that designing, we are asked to design infrastructure, but more and more we are asked by our clients to help them to attract financing to construct this. So it is a very big challenge. So more and more consulting engineers are performing in the way to advise clients to how to attract climate financing, which is not very easy, especially in Africa. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mansef, for these key take-home messages. And we will now move to Frank Martin Seifert from European Space Agency, who will explain us how update systematic observations enable global citizens to know and to act. Frank Martin Seifert has been working for the European Space Agency at its Earth Observation Center in Frascati, Italy since 2020 as Earth Observation Application Engineer. He has been ESA focal point for land and forest services from local to global scale for Copernicus, and is active as ESA Climate Change Initiative with applications in the cryosphere and for biomass. He advocates at UN level for systematic Earth observation of our planet. Frank, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Cecile.
Yeah.
Well,
no, it's not this presentation. You can start.
Yeah.
I will.
I want to bring you. I'm looking on a satellite, many satellites, to understand better what is the situation of the Earth, how the planet is changing, how climate change is affecting all corners of our planet. Next one. And as a member of the we are taking the pulse of our planet. Next slide, please. What you see here are globes with different data layers. They are representing essential climate variables. Essential climate variables which have been identified by GCOS, the Global Climate Observing System, and in the cryosphere, over land, over the ocean, and in the atmosphere. We are about 50% of the 55 essential climate variables can be observed from space, and we are contributing to that. Next slide, please. Here you see this 27. It is, and they are based on systematic global climate observation. The long-term in not in the sense of the development of the Earth, but in the development of space. So we can look back 30, 40, 50 years and see the dramatic changes within the Earth. Next, please. But how are these, this information is generated? Well, we're having 3 fleets of satellites related to science, related to meteorology, and with the European Union, we have established the Copernicus system. The Copernicus system is a fleet of satellites which are observing since 10 years, starting 10 years ago, the Earth in a systematic manner. Next, please. These are radar satellites, Sentinel-1, and the next one will be launched in 3 weeks' time. Sentinel-2 is a high-resolution optical sensor. Sentinel-3 gives medium-resolution information. 4 and 5 are related to the atmosphere. 6 looks at the ocean as an altimeter. And next, please. And we are going to expand these satellites. Towards the end of the decade, we will have CO2 mission, land surface temperature, measuring land surface temperature, having hyperspectral sensor in orbit, radar with a longer wavelength, and observing the cryosphere with radiometer and with an altimeter. And next one, please. We are as well developing further our first generation to make them to advance with respect to technology developments, their performance with respect to resolution, larger, more frequent observation, and so on. And the best of it, all these data are available free of charge, not only in Scotland, but as well in South America and in Morocco, all over the world. Each citizen can get information about his own environment or the environment where the person is concerned of. Next, please. With this, we are building a so-called Destiny platform together with ECWMF and EUMETSAT to make this vast amount of data. I'm talking there about 30 terabytes of data each day to make them available and convert these information into actionable information. Next, please. As well, and one of these things are digital twins of the Earth, where we are looking at specific questions related to our environment. I will show you now more concretely available information, how the thing from space goes down towards the citizen. Next, please. You see here on the left side long time series related to land surface temperature. In the middle, 2 years ago, during summer, south of England and specifically London, an urban heat island with a large temperature peak. This information is converted towards an alert system towards the citizen, where they are, where citizens with health problems are alerted that it's not good to go out now out of your house. Better stay in because it might harm us. Next one. But we are providing as well actionable information towards mandated organization. Here I give you an example of a near real-time deforestation alert system. There are many of those, and they provide quite accurate alerts on if there are disturbances in the forest. Next, please. And that is related to a faster detection and enabling reliable and concrete action towards it. What you see here is selective tree logging in the Central African Republic. It is observed by the radar satellite. Each week you get a new information, and the radar satellite looks through the clouds. So also in the tropics, where you have often cloud coverage, this information is available. What you see here is how the logging roads have been constructed, and from there onwards you see along the logging roads how the forest is disturbed. That can be normal forest management activity, but it can be as well illegal logging. So mandated authorities can use this information and act on it. Next, please. Another one related to small island states. We are all knowing about sea level. Here in Baku, they are more concerned that the level of the Caspian Sea is going down. In other words, parts of the world, the Pacific Islands, Maldives, Seychelles, and for them, the information on sea level rise in the 90s, then 3 and now having more than 4.5 millimeters is not a problem. Maybe at the Côte d'Azur you would still feel it, but people who are living on an atoll in Tuvalu, for them it is danger. So, coming back to the overall, these overall wealth of information is made available to the world citizens. It's a gift from out Europe as an information source about your environment. And we know that there's still a digital divide. We are working with these digital twins on supercomputing system which can be accessed as well from out Morocco, from out Africa. There are dedicated initiatives to make as well African citizens, to make them, enable them to access information and trigger the production of the information what they need. This is innovation. This is a digital revolution, and we are and with the information given to the citizens, we are democratizing information flow. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Frank. We will now have online contributions. I don't know if the people are still already connected.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And to follow up, I will give the floor to Jan Sadadou. Jan is currently the head of international relations and communication at the Office for Climate Education, a UNESCO center based in Paris. At the Office for Climate Education, Jan works to bridge the gap between science and pedagogy and between policy and practice, while striving to connect and engage action levels between local and global levels. Jan, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I had a presentation, but I will not use it anymore. I will just piggyback on some of the very interesting comments that were mentioned earlier. But first, good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you today, and of course, thank you to our partner, Filantropia Cortes Solari, for the invitation. There's 2 points that I think were very interesting that were made earlier, and I cannot see the room anymore for the technical people. But Mr. Higgins mentioned that the need for societal acceptance in order to have effective innovation is something real, and I fully agree with him. And Francisca earlier, she also mentioned the ravages caused by the COVID crisis in the education system. And in today's society, the school system is the one that is supposed to teach and train the next generations, the one that is supposed to provide them with the knowledge, the necessary knowledge to make them the conscious citizens that are able to understand the world around them, and therefore also have that high level of societal acceptance required to accept innovation. However, we know, sadly, that after 2 years of school closures due to COVID, we basically made a jump of about 20 years in the past in terms of school progress. A recent report actually from the World Bank estimated that about 70% of 10-year-olds today cannot read and understand a text appropriately. That is enormous. So we need to tackle that education gap and that education crisis in order to be able to innovate as a society, first, but also second, to use innovation, to use all the tools that were recently presented by colleagues of the European Space Agency. Those are wonderful tools. But if our citizens don't know how to use them, then we do have an issue here. And in today's world, we're very tempted to try and solve these educational challenges with AI, with digitality. But also, as Francisca mentioned earlier, one needs to be careful. And that's why recently I am part of a network called the International Dialogue of STEM Education. We recently published a white paper that dispels some of the myths around the ongoing debate between digital media use and innovation within the climate education space. And within this paper, we provide evidence-based suggestions on how to integrate technologies for our future generations in order to enable them to navigate these technologies, but also to become the climate innovators of tomorrow that we really need. So I'm just going to go quickly over these 6 recommendations as bullet points, and I can always share the paper later if there's some people interested in them. I believe these recommendations, of course, are made for the education system, but there's so many parallels with different climate sectors in society too, and that I think everyone could benefit from some of this, from some of these reflections, and some already overlap with what was shared earlier as well. But I think one of the main aspect is that digital tools are no demons, but they're also no saviors. All right. So digital tools and innovation must be used, but they must be used with a purpose. They must address a specific learning objective rather than just simply integrating technology because it's new. Technology for technology does not work. There are fears that technology, sometimes people say it can make us dumber, and there's a lot of hopes that it can make us smarter. But both are actually exaggerated, we found within our research. What matters actually is designing the use of technology based on evidence on what works. So educators should always evaluate the context, the access, and the potential outcomes before integrating digital tools into teaching to really make sure that this technology serves as a complement rather than a replacement for the foundational educational methods. The second recommendation is that pedagogy should go first, that learning goals should go over tech tools, basically. So effective education should prioritize pedagogy over that technology, and teachers here, and there are millions of them around the world, so this is also a very powerful lever for climate action. These teachers should play a pivotal role in adopting these instructional methods that combine, inquiry-based learning with clear guidance. So using the right pedagogical strategies, such as formative assessment and fostering metacognitive skills, in order to drive the use of these digital tools, to ensure that this technology supports meaningful learning experiences that really align not only with the students' needs, but also with the diverse cultural dynamics that are, different from a territory to territory. The third recommendation is that analog, digital, or hybrid, what counts is the quality of that interaction that you're going to have. So the focus should be on the quality of the learning interaction. All right? So digital tools can enhance the learning by making complex phenomena such as climate change visible, tangible. However, they should not replace the real-world exploration and that social interaction that we so desperately need and crave as humans. So by blending hands-on activities with digital supplements, for example, education can actually both foster curiosity and conceptual understanding of these complex topics that we need. The fourth recommendation is that nothing can just arrive like un cheveu sur la soupe, as we say in French, but the recommendation is that proper preparation is a must. So for technology to improve learning in the school system, but also within society, we need to prepare. So thoughtful preparation is essential. For the education world, this means that we need to include within the professional developments of teachers the instructions on how to use the digital and the innovative tools we're providing them. We need to ensure that they're equipped without feeling overburdened, right? Technology shouldn't be an added burden, it should be something that comes and assists. But next to that, there's also very real-world, tangible things that we need to prepare for, such as the lack of reliable infrastructure nowadays in education systems. So before we start talking about massive digitalization of education, we should also take a look at how we're going to make sure that we have reliable internet and reliable devices, and that will prevent the digital exclusion. We don't want a society that goes into 2 different speeds, or even 3 different speeds at the same time based on the digital divide that exists. So governments and organizations need to do that cost benefit assessment carefully to make sure that if we go for a full digital innovation approach, that approach also supports equity and high quality education. And the 5th recommendation is to empower digital literacy. So education must go beyond digital tools, and it must foster also computational literacy. Understand computational literacy to understand climate models, for example. We need to include skills that we need for climate challenges, like problem-solving skills, critical thinking, and also the development of empathy. We need digital literacy to encompass understanding of the algorithms, of data privacy, and the broader implications of technology in society and their environment. It's all of this that will ensure that we reach that societal level of acceptance necessary to push forward some of these innovations. And lastly, last recommendation that sounds very obvious, but it's worth reminding that we need to use evidence-based practice. So there's a lot of research within education already. There's a lot missing as well, but there's a few things we do know already. And educational strategies and digital tools, they must be grounded in a robust scientific evidence about what works and why it works. So this includes leveraging the insights we have already into cognition, into attention, into conceptual understanding, in order to guide the effective teaching practices. More research is, of course, needed to pinpoint exactly where and how digital technologies add value. But there is already a lot of robust science evidence on what actually works. And we shall not dismiss that. We can build upon that. And with this, I will conclude. I think I'm right on top of my 7 minutes. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Dan. So we have heard that we need to empower educators. Education is the foundation of the paradigm shift required to combat climate crisis. And last but not least, I will give the floor to Nicolas Fernandez, who is online. Okay. And Nicolas Fernandez is a psychologist with extensive experience in social projects focused on sustainability, education, and well-being. Currently, he leads the research department at Cotes Solari Philanthropy. Recently, he has taken on a leadership role in an artificial intelligence project, integrating technology into the fields of sustainability and education. Nicolas will present a case study, a digital tool using artificial intelligence to empower teachers. Nicolas, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me here and for all the great presentations before me. I feel that my presentation will complement will have a narrative alongside with Dijan's presentation. Is my presentation correctly being shared?
Yes.
I think it is.
Yes.
Perfect. Second, all right. So, first and foremost, hello. I am deeply honored to be here in this important conference on climate change to talk about innovation in education with artificial intelligence. My name is Nicolás Fernández, Director of Studies at Fundación Caserta, and as part of Filantropía Cortés Solari, we have spent more than 22 years working on education for sustainability and development in Chile, across various regions of the country, supporting teachers and students in learning about sustainability and climate change. Today, I want to share with you how innovation and digitalization are revolutionizing education in Latin America, empowering teachers to become leaders of change. This journey has not been linear. Before the pandemic, our programs were entirely in person, but the COVID pandemic confronted us with a crucial question. How can we continue supporting teachers in their fundamental role in sustainable development in such a rapidly changing context? It was at this critical moment that we decided to take a bold step into the digital space, seeing technology not only as a tool, but also as an opportunity to accelerate the necessary changes in education. Education is key to addressing the climate crisis. For over 20 years, Fundación Caserta has worked with teachers to support sustainable development. Virtual collaboration during the pandemic revealed critical challenges teachers face in Latin America. They have heavy workloads, lack of support, and difficulty adapting to the 21st century educational models. This affects their well-being and teaching quality. 70% feel unprepared to teach sustainability. 58 report high stress from administrative tasks. 35 lack time or meaningful lesson preparations. 60% feel untrained in using technology in education. 1 in 3 teachers say gaps in technology and educational harm their learning. And 1.5 million teachers deficit is projected by 2025 due to burnout. These challenges limit teachers' ability to lead the educational transformation needed to combat climate crisis. Throughout our history, we at Caserta Foundation have worked closely with teachers, and a key lesson we learned is that they are at the heart of the educational change. Without their well-being and support, progress is limited. This conviction led us to seek solutions that not only respond to their current needs, but also prepare them for the challenges of the future. This is how AINI, a virtual assistant powered by artificial intelligence, was born. AINI's neural network has been nurtured with the trajectory and content compiled in the 23 years of educational practice of Fundación Caserta, led by its president, Francisca Cortés Solari. For the creation of AINI, Francisca opened the trajectory of content collected and made it available to her team and allies seeking to accelerate the paradigm shift in education. Her educational team, led by Carolina Albornoz, director of Caserta Foundation, myself, and in collaboration with technology experts like Jorge Aldrovandi from Uruguay, Cristian Cortés from Chile, and José Martínez from Colombia, are working to make this dream come true. AINI means reciprocity in Quechua language and symbolizes the support that this assistant will provide to the teachers. Its visual identity, inspired by nature in harmony with human beings, was taken from art created by Francisca's own family. This project represents a natural continuation of our commitment to teachers and responds to the urgent need for instruments that make their work more efficient and meaningful. AINI is not a generic tool. It is a custom-designed assistant for teachers with accessible knowledge and language and practical answers. It focuses on specific tasks that allow them to free up time and energy for what is most important, strengthening their bonds with students. and delivering quality education. To ensure its effectiveness, we decided to pilot INI in the 9th version of our program Profes en Red, a training space that has brought together more than 1,000 teachers from 12 countries on environmental education, technology, and sustainable development. This experience not only allowed us to evaluate the impact of INI, but also to confirm its relevance in a context of online learning and regional collaboration. The creation of INI represents a new chapter in the history of Caserta Foundation, uniting our experience in integral education with the power of technology. We do not seek to replace the work of teachers, but to empower them, supporting them in their role as leaders of change towards a more sustainable future. In the context of climate crisis, education must be able to respond quickly to the demands of the 21st century. This means that teachers must not only stay updated, but also be empowered with tools that enable them to address topics such as sustainability, technology, and critical thinking. To measure INI's impact, we conducted a quantitative and qualitative evaluation during Profes en Red. The results are encouraging. Teachers who felt prepared to handle AI increased from 59% to 79%. Those who said AI improved their professional well-being rose from 55 to 79%. The perception that AI brought them closer to a new educational model grew from 52 to 73. These results underline the importance of having accessible tools designed specifically for educational needs, tools that empower teachers while positively impacting educational quality. Now, I will share a short testimony of one of our dear teachers that tested INI in Profes en Red program.
¿Qué tal? Soy Osvaldo Díaz de Lima, Perú. Soy periodista y docente de lengua y de literatura. Agradezco a Fundación Caserta el haberme dado la oportunidad de participar del programa de Profes en Red. La educación está en crisis y por eso postulé. Y he salido muy contento de haber conocido el programa de desarrollo integral y educación socioemocional para docentes que finalmente redunda en toda la comunidad educativa. Con todo lo aprendido y compartido con mi mentora y los demás profesores de América Latina, me voy confiado, esperanzado y seguro de promover este cambio. Sí se puede. Asimismo, he podido conocer la plataforma de inteligencia artificial AI, desarrollada por Fundación Caserta para nosotros, los docentes. Yo la he utilizado para generar algunas sesiones y ejercicios de clase y AI realizó actividades lúdicas, creativas y alternativas que mejoraron la relación en el aula. ¿Y qué he ganado yo con esto? He ganado tiempo para poder seguir preparándome y para trabajar los temas que he conocido de educación socioemocional que finalmente me sirven para guiar y acompañar a mis estudiantes. Muchas gracias.
So, artificial intelligence plays a crucial role in transforming education and equipping teachers to face current and future challenges. We invite everyone to consider the responsible, inclusive, and ethical use of AI in education, particularly in areas that promote sustainability development and critical thinking. When designed and used correctly, AI can free teachers from routine tasks and provide them with tools that they need to inspire and educate the next generations to tackle climate change. Education is the foundation of sustainable future. With tools like INI, we are equipping our teachers to lead the way towards the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicolas. So I'm afraid we are running out of time because we are very late. Before we close, let's give a big warm round of applause to all our wonderful panelists today. And if you have questions, you can just reach our panelists to ask your question. Thank you very much. and a big thanks to Francesca and Philanthropic Cortes Solari Foundation.
Gracias, Nicolás.
Muchas gracias a ti, Jan. Excelente presentación.
Gracias, igual.
check.
So, hi everyone. We are going to start the third panel of today about climate crisis or human crisis, the urgency of moving toward a global understanding of environmental program. The environmental crisis facing humanity is crystallizing a humanitarian crisis that is no longer sectoral or regional, but cut across all dimensions of society: environmental, social, health, economic, cultural, and of course, political. In a context of displacement caused by climate environmental crisis, deep social inequalities are exacerbated. The communities that contribute the least to global warming suffer the most from its negative impact. In 2022, more than 32 million people were displaced by a disaster and climate-related event, the highest number in a decade. The effect of desertification, rising sea levels, and increased frequency and severity of weather events are a clear violation of human rights, including the right to life, water and sanitation, food, health, and adequate housing. Today, 84% of refugees come from countries that are highly vulnerable to climate change. Climate change is having a growing impact on human security around the world. It's a threat multiplier. It exacerbates resource scarcity, exacerbate existing social, economic, and environmental factors. In a world that is no longer the world that constitutes national and international institutions as we know them today, it may be necessary to rethink our understanding of the current crisis and its causal link with geopolitical, health, economic, and social crises to reformulate comprehensive response. This very interesting panel will bring together different representatives from public, private, and civil society to discuss the importance of changing the way we understand and act on the environment, which consists of compartmentalizing phenomena without integrating multiple and interconnected dimensions. So we have a very interesting panel with wonderful panelists, and we are going to start today with the chair of the IPCC, Mr. Ramon Pich Madruga. So Ramon Pich Madruga served as vice chair of the IPCC from last year. He has been director of the Center for World Economic Studies in Cuba since 2013. He's also an associate professor at the Faculty of Economics at La Universidad de La Habana. Moreover, he has been a member of the Scientific Advisor Committee of the Inter-American Institute for Research on Global Change from 2007 and 2013, and a member of the Academy of Science of Cuba since 2012. He has a degree in Foreign Trade Economics from the University of Havana, a master in Social Science from the University of Lund, Sweden, and a PhD in Economics from the National Autonomous University of Mexico, UNAM. You are very welcome, Ramon.
Thank you very much, Patricia. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event, the possibility of being here today, sharing with you some ideas with regard to this crucial topic. Also, I would like to acknowledge the relevance of putting climate change as a development challenge, and also explore further this human dimension of climate change. And in this regard, I would like to recall that the IPCC has been assessing the impact, vulnerability, and adaptation issues, particularly in Working Group 2 of the assessments of the IPCC. I would say that this working group is very relevant for analyzing for revisiting all of these implications. In fact, with regard to the human dimension of climate change, it is also important to take into account that, at the moment, according to some surveys, international surveys, for instance, the survey by the World Economic Forum, which is taking place every year, this forum recognizes that around half of the 10 global risks for the next 10 years are environmental risks. And many of them has to do with climate change, of course.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending this important event on the topic of environmental esa universidad. Y me voy al principio de la moda. Me pongo en pie, como dice el Pedro Martínez. Me pongo en pie. Creo que el cabalista.
Ricardo.
¿Mejor?
Now you can start again. Sorry, Ramon.
Starting again? Okay, okay.
¿Puedes comenzar de nuevo? Voy a
No.
comenzar de nuevo.
Okay.
Traducción.
Para.
Se escucha la traducción.
Tienen que activar la traducción en sí.
Can we stop the translation, please? If it's not. Ramon, can you start again, please?
Okay, thank you very much, Patricia, and I would like to start by thanking the organizing committee of this event for the invitation to share with you some ideas concerning climate change as a challenge for development and for highlighting the human dimension of climate change. Working Group 2 of the IPCC is the working group dealing specifically with impacts, vulnerability, and adaptation of climate change, and there, in addition to the regional perspective with regard to climate change, it is also an assessment with regard to the different sectors and the implication for relevant sectors of climate change. In fact, climate change is affecting practically all socioeconomic sectors, and in that sense, this human dimension is crucial for understanding the full picture of this global challenge. There are implications, for instance, for agriculture, implications for tourism, implications for water resources, for health, for biodiversity, and practically, as I said before, all sectors. And as also has been highlighted in the presentation of this event, most vulnerable regions correspond to developing countries, and within developing countries, those local communities which are lacking capacities to deal with this huge challenge. I would like also to mention that there are some surveys, international surveys, calling the attention with regard to the weight of the environmental problems nowadays in the international situation. And in that sense, I would like to highlight, for instance, the survey carried out by the World Economic Forum, which is taking place every year at the beginning of the year. And the last survey, the one corresponding to 2024, highlighted that half of the top 10 global risks for the next 10 years are classified as environmental challenges. Some of them dealing with climate change implications, for instance, the extreme weather events, critical change of Earth's system, biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse, and natural resources shortage, and there is another one that has to do with pollution. The AR6, the sixth assessment report of the IPCC, as you know, was a particularly intense cycle in which three special reports were generated. The one dealing with the warming of 1.5, indicating also the impacts, not only in general, but of course highlighting the human dimension of those impacts of going beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius in terms of global warming. And there were also a special report on climate change and land. And there, in this special report, the food security was one of the key aspects, in addition to other problems dealing with land degradation and desertification. And the third special report on ocean and climate change also highlighted this human dimension of climate change, among other critical issues associated to this global challenge. With regard to the result of the contributions of the three working groups of the IPCC, there are also relevant conclusions, relevant findings, and I would like to summarize some of them that are, in my view, common messages out of the AR6. First one, the urgent need for action on climate change. Secondly, the importance of responses that are immediate but equitable. Thirdly, the risk that climate change poses for compliance with sustainable development. And finally, the growing costs and risks associated to delay in responding to climate change. This last cycle of the IPCC, including the special report and also the contributions of the three working groups, recognized the interdependence between climate, ecosystem and biodiversity and human societies, which is in the center of this event. Also the value of diverse forms of knowledge, the close linkages between adaptation, mitigation, ecosystem health, human well-being and sustainable development, and the increasing diversity of actors involved in climate action. There was also in this report, in particular in the synthesis report, reference to the urgency for near-term integrated climate action, the benefits of this near-term climate action, mitigation and adaptation options across systems, also the synergies and trade-off with sustainable development. This is an aspect that was already assessed in the previous cycle, but in the AR6 was much more was indeed developed, and it's crucial identifying this not only the synergies but also the potential trade-off and options for let's say potentiate these synergies and also to face the trade-off in that sense. Equity and inclusion were prioritized, were assessed, particularly prioritizing equity, climate justice, social justice, inclusion, and just transition. Governance and policies in this regard were also assessed, as well as finance, technology, and international cooperation considered as key enablers for climate action. These are key points that I would like to highlight at this first part, not to go into much more detail. So I would like to conclude for the moment here, and then I come back for more specific conclusions.
Sorry, Ramon. We were all supposed to use this to avoid that. I don't know what is it happening. I don't know, Jasmine. Could you help us going? Could you help us going somewhere else to ask?
Oh, you're echoing.
Hello? Now? Now it works? Okay, it works. So thank you, Ramon. We're going to come back to this subject, but thank you for explaining how the Area 6 are including all the human being variables that are so important. Obviously, I have some questions about how do we do to transfer this knowledge in the policymakers, and in the global citizenships in general. Now, I wish to know if the Lieke video is ready or not. So, Lieke kan Oxtruplunde, I'm sure I haven't said that properly, is the chair of the Volksfonden. We really are very grateful with Volksfonden. They have prepared a lot of those panels together with us through Charlotte Mogensen, who unfortunately cannot be there, but she's listening to us. So in addition of that, Lieke holds several other significant positions, including board membership at Mermaid Asset Management, Fonds Mergler Cell Cap, Sorry for that. And at the Quera Fund in Malawi. Liken Lound has been a board member of ADECAPS since 2008 and was appointed as vice chair in 2017. She's also a member of the investment committee of Velux Fonden and Willem Fonden, while chairing both the investment committee and the board of Velux Typhoon. Like has previously worked as a financial journalist, bringing insight into the dynamic of international financial markets. So, are we ready with the video? Yes, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending this important event on the role of environmental philanthropy in the triple planetary crisis. You might not all be familiar with the work of Velux Fonden, so let me just tell you what we do. We work to enhance people's lives and opportunities in a democratic and sustainable society. And we do this by supporting research and initiatives within or across social conditions, age groups, transitions in adult life, society and culture, as well as the marine environment. And when it comes to enhancing opportunities, we must acknowledge that this year is not just an opportunity, this is the year of action. After the UN Biodiversity COP16 in Colombia, we now set the stage for COP29 for the trajectory the world needs on climate change, as well as on nature and biodiversity loss and pollution and waste, which are closely linked. And later this month, the final negotiations on the plastics treaty will also be held. These intertwined global frameworks are, in essence, a master plan to create a better future for humanity. In this regard, we, as philanthropists, have the possibility to assist in creating a healthy environment with a focus on the triple planetary crisis: the crisis of climate change, the crisis of nature and biodiversity loss, and the crisis of pollution and waste. This environmental degradation is why, in part, only 17% of the SDG targets are currently on track and over 1/3 stalled or simply going in reverse. Global leaders have come to understand that without actions and transformation, it will not be possible to achieve the 2030 agenda. Velux Fonden has started the journey with Foundation Corte Solari, MERI Foundation, to pave the way for a North-South cooperation amongst environmental philanthropists, to support the multilateral environmental agreements and strengthening the science policy interface. We have a lot of work to do. We all know the SDGs are underfunded, especially SDG 14 on oceans, that receives the least amount of long-term funding of any of the SDGs. Meanwhile, investments in nature-based solutions must triple by 2030 to meet climate, nature, and land neutrality targets. In the global biodiversity framework, the world has committed to halt and reverse biodiversity loss, to protect 30% of the terrestrial and marine environment, and to put 30% of land and marine areas under restoration by 2030. We have committed to reduce nutrients introduced into the environment, reduce the risk from pesticides and hazardous chemicals, tackle invasive species, and more. Here, we as philanthropists can coordinate our efforts and support the UN processes and deliver on the triple planetary crisis. And in doing so, deliver huge, sustainable, developmental benefits. The international negotiators are meeting in South Korea in a few weeks, and as a foundation, our hope is that we will have the instrument that addresses the full cycle of plastic, the full life cycle of plastic, including its production, design, and disposal. And here at COP29, we must act on adaptation by leaning heavily on nature, by harnessing traditional knowledge, by restoring and managing ecosystems, reforming food systems to protect livelihoods and food security, by prioritizing early warnings and preparedness, climate-proofing cities and infrastructure. Hopefully, the efforts of Foundation Cortes Solaris, Mary Foundation, and Veloxfonden can instigate partnerships between UNEP, CBD, and IPCC, and global philanthropists from North and South. We need a coordinated, cross-sector, and multinational approach. Our collective task is to make philanthropy work together with the UN processes. I'll close with an offer to help anyone who wants to understand more about private philanthropy and how we can help as philanthropists. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very, very much, Lieke Oxtrup, Chair and family members of the Veloxfonden. Certainly, we are very happy to have this relationship between both institutions that promote science and the policymakers, and in particular the work made by the IPCC and WMO. Now we are going to give the floor to Adrian Lema, who is the director of the Denmark National Center for Climate Research based in Copenhagen, Denmark, at the Danish Meteorological Institute. He has many years of experience in bridging knowledge and policy, and now translate climate science into public awareness, policymaking, and practical application. Adrian is leading for 4 unit leaders, and through them, around 80 people. Adrian is also chair of the Danish Greenlanding and Faroese Committee for the UN Ocean Decade, member of the UN UNESCO Ocean Decade Advisory Board. Adrian, can you hear us? I saw you somewhere.
Yes, I can indeed.
Yeah, okay. You are very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patricia, and thank you so much for the kind invitation to this event. And thank you very much for the introduction also just before by Roman. So many of the things that I could have said, he already explained much better than I could do. So I'll try to look into a few other things. I will try to share my screen, so please let me know if that works. Here we go.
Yes, it works.
Good. So thank you so much. Just a few comments on how we can observe the changes in the climate, but also how those changes are really having an impact on a human level. So these are just a few examples that I'll give here. So already now we do know that climate change is something that has already had an impact. So even the global warming levels that we have experienced is having an impact. So it's not something in the far future. It's actually something which we are experiencing all the time in different parts of the world. Just some examples here is in the area of water availability and food production, which is of course having an impact on the livelihoods of people in many areas of the world, especially in the global south. Another area is in the area of health, where infectious diseases is already on the rise, but also other types of impacts, including malnutrition and mental health impacts. Third, we do have an increase in extreme weather events, which is having already a big impact on cities, settlements, and infrastructure throughout the world, in many different areas of the world, which is again also impacting the livelihoods of those people who live in affected areas, again, especially in the global south, who are more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, but also in the global north, as we have seen many examples of as well. And finally, the area of biodiversity and ecosystems. So we do not have here a global assessment of the impacts already happening, but we do know from local impacts that biodiversity and ecosystems are really being pressured also by climate change already now. So the question is, what can we expect for the future? So if we do know that the global warming levels of just about 1.1 degrees above pre-industrial levels is already having an impact, we also know that with the current ambitions and implemented policies around the world, we might experience global warming levels of up to 3 degrees Celsius if we take into account what is already on the table. We also know that if changes are made in policies around the world in the wrong direction, it could be even higher global warming levels. But we also know that we have the opportunity as the global arena to lower global warming levels to something closer within the Paris Agreement if collective action is taken fast and expeditious. But global warming levels really matter. And just to give one example of that is that the extreme events will take place with every degree of global warming that we experience. So if we take heat, humidity risks to human health, we can see that when global warming levels is rising, so is the number of days and certain areas of the world where heat is posing a severe risk to human health, including mortality rates. And the more purple this you see on the map, the more risk is posed on individuals of mortality. And we can see here with the global projected warming levels, we will have a mortality risk for humans every day, each year in the future if we do not lower global warming levels. So this is really something which is of extreme importance to take into account. What is important here is that it's not only the risk for individuals, these risks are increasingly compound, complex, and cascading. So if we take the same example of extreme heats that I just explained before and the impacts of that, it's not only the mortality rates and the human health, it's also really a societal change and impact that is extremely complex. So just to take a few examples, again here from the IPCC, is that when heat and drought is on the rise, you will have a reduced soil moisture, which produces a lower amount of food yield, food quality, which can raise food insecurity, can raise food prices. Those food prices are unfortunately impacting those individuals around the world who have the least, who are most vulnerable, both to climate change but also to their income levels. This will increase malnutrition, decrease quality of life, include reduced labor capacity, and that labor capacity will have an impact again on many different sectors of the world, as also Ramon explained very well. So this is to explain that we have to look at climate change as environmental problems and human problems, which are increasingly complex and cascading and very difficult to deal with if global warming continues. A final example from my own part of the world, in Denmark, a small country with a long sea and coast level line. We have used IPCC scenarios to make a climate atlas of what are the extreme weather events that will impact us in Denmark. We made new new calculations recently that the current 100-year storm surge events, that by statistics is something that we see very rarely in Denmark, one time per 100 years. is at the end of this century, in 75 years, something that we will experience every third year around Denmark on average, and in some areas every second year, explained by the red on the map to the left here, which again is something which will have extreme changes for the cities, for the solution that is necessary, adaptation solutions, which again will have an impact both in financial terms, but also on the biodiversity and ecosystems, coastal areas, coastal restoration possibilities, and so forth. It is something which is really of extreme complexity, both on the impacts, but also extreme complexity on the solutions that is necessary. If we take the look at the map to the right, this is a representation of a Copenhagen storm surge event, which will be possible with the current projections of global warming levels if we do not provide the correct adaptation solutions. And what we can see here from those of you maybe familiar with Copenhagen is that this is much of the city center, which is basically flooded in a storm surge event like the one projected with current global warming levels, something which will have extreme implications. And even if we do not foresee these events because of correct adaptation measures, those adaptation measures will also have very complex governance issues, and something that we need to look into from many different perspectives of society, both in terms of governance, finance, and infrastructure development. Just to take one example, not from the Global South, even though we do know that the Global South will be hit much harder than, for instance, a resource-rich city like Copenhagen in Denmark. And with that, I hope this was a few good examples to explain what is really at risk with the ongoing climate change, both in terms of human impacts, biodiversity and ecosystems impacts, and societal impacts at large. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Please stay there for the conversation. Now we are going to give the floor to David Enworth. David Enworth is the Information Officer for the Secretariat of the Convention of Biological Diversity and the focal point for the United Nations Decade on Biodiversity. He led the team that developed and implemented the marketing campaign for the International Year of Biodiversity in 2010. David's work includes support to the identification and creation of indicators of public awareness on biodiversity and its value to human livelihoods. He has been with the Secretariat since 2003, working on a variety of communication campaigns, including the annual campaigns for the International Day for Biodiversity. We know that we have traveled, you have traveled a lot, so thank you very much to be here, David. You have the floor.
Great, thanks very much. So thanks to the organizers for inviting me to participate. Yes, I'm the head of communications for the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity, and I'm fresh from the results of our COP29, where we achieved some fairly historic results for biodiversity protection and sustainable use. So we've heard from Ramon, and we've heard from our colleague in Copenhagen, some pretty chilling figures, some pretty serious and to be honestly, really affecting me at the heart, some of the future that we're looking at. What I want to talk about is a possible path outwards, and so I think our conversation can be about the way that we react to this. So the other thing too is remember that my remarks are going to come from the perspective of someone who works for a multilateral environment agreement. We're coming to terms with the impact of multiple crises on our work. So the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, the pollution crisis, and all these other elements as well. And so this agreement that I work for has come to realize that the solution to moving away from crisis or to addressing it is a whole of society approach, something that breaks down the silos in which we work at the international level, and this is absolutely the fundamental way forward. So first of all, we're focusing on the climate matters here, but I mean in the opening remarks for the panel too, it's pretty clear that we're dealing with this 21st century experience of a polycrisis. I'm sure we've heard this phrase expressed before. It dates from the 1970s, and it's emerged more in the recent decades. And this is describing a complex of crises and tensions that can't really be explained by one single logic. I mean, we've seen the analysis here that looks at how climate change can have these impacts, but where does this, climate change come from? Where does climate change crises come from? Where does biodiversity crisis, pollution, etc.? So, I mean, the list of the crises that we're dealing with right now in the 21st century are incredibly long. I mean, so we're talking about typically the triple crisis of climate change, pollution, biodiversity loss, but we're talking about economic crises. In a post-COVID world, we're talking about inflation. We're talking about an indebted South and a financial system that's strained. We're talking about migration. We're talking about overall alienation experienced in societies from developed to developing as well. We're talking about health crises, pandemics matter, and we're talking about military security crises that are also taking place as well. So these are multiple dimensions to the crises, and all we saw from our colleague from Denmark here, the notion of how climate can have these other impacts on health and food, etc., like that, there are arguments that they're going up in a lot of ways. Now, it's also clear from the conversations that these crises, including the biodiversity one, have a disproportionate impact on the poorest. For us under the convention, we're aware that the poorest of the poor are the people who really rely on biodiversity for their basic needs. They don't have the cash to be part of the production and consumption economy. They don't have the resources to find substitutes for, crops that fail, for the fibers they need for clothing and housing. They don't have substitutes for clean water that's provided by biodiversity, for medicines, etc. And so, as it's been made clear, they also suffer the most under climate change. So the crises we're looking at, whether it's climate change or biodiversity or pollution or these other host of polycrises, they've got their roots in human behaviors and systems that we've created that I think we can date back, easily to the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries, different rounds of these sort of things as well. Now, for ages, we've tended to approach the analysis of these crises and the search for these solutions at the international level in a siloed manner. So, dealing with the question of the impacts of economic growth, equality, standards of living, was seen as the domain of economics and questions of the market. Security issues was seen as a question of military and strategic studies questions. We know now that the environmental dimension between all of these is fundamental and key. The planet and its ecosystems are the underpinnings of growth, of human well-being, and of our economies. And security considerations stem as much from environmental stresses as other traditional security concerns. Our COP in Cali, Colombia, COP16, had the theme of peace with nature to look at this relationship, that in fact the nature of environmental stresses could be the source for many environmental concerns. Now, within the work that we're all doing here, whether it's the Climate Change Convention, the work under biodiversity, or the plastics treaties coming up, we have a lot of our blind spots. So me as the Convention Biodiversity, we are one of the environmental pillars for sustainable development coming out of 1992 in Rio Convention. And so that was expressed not in the creation of an overarching framework. It was expressed in the creation of the Convention on Biological Diversity, the creation of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. 3 separate international conventions. And the truth is that these agreements for the first, half at least, if not more half of their existence, really worked feverishly with their own communities, their own scientific research, working with their parties in silos, their own particular actors to move forward. And they really, for a decade and a half, there wasn't a lot of focus on the relationships between all of these things. So what happened, I think, for us was governments realizing after a decade and a half that these agreements were not achieving their objectives. And then there has been this movement, I think in the last 12 years, to zoom out, to take a focus that looks at the relationships between these challenges and the possible ways of moving forward. Our colleagues at the IPCC have done, the pioneering, the basics, the scientific work that underpins the work in this convention process. But there's other assessments that have taken place as well. So IPBES, the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, is doing the same thing for biodiversity. There has been global assessments on agriculture to look at these things. What's happened, I think, in these ages, and I was talking to Ramon before the panel started about the work of IPCC and IPBES, the workshops and things they brought together, is to understand that, can we share this data? Can we look at the roots of these crises together? So, for example, my next advertisement now is for the upcoming IPBES plenary that's going to take place in Namibia in December. And one of the things they're going to release is the Nexus assessment, this assessment that looks at the relationship between a lot of these varieties and tensions and crises, and how we can look at their relationship and their way going forward. So that is sort of a direction that we need to. But beyond the assessments, I think one of the things we need to ask is that with these assessments, are we moving forward towards coherent policy solutions that address the complex nature of these crises? So in the work that we did under the Convention on Biodiversity, we only started to realize that the factors that allowed us or that prevented us from achieving the Aichi biodiversity targets over the last decade was that we were talking primarily to the biodiversity community. We talked to the Ministries of Natural Resources, the Ministries of Environment. Maybe we talked to the people that involved in the protected areas there, but we didn't. We weren't getting to the root causes of biodiversity loss. We were looking at what was happening around the human behaviors. We weren't looking at the production systems, the economic incentives that are leaning to these patterns of unsustainability. So it's clear that moving the needle on these negative trends takes work with other sectors. So we need to work with production and consumption. We need to work with the systems of subsidies that are causing the harm we need to stop. We need to look at the clear relationship of climate change and mitigation efforts as well. We need to look at systems change, and I think that the presentation from the colleague from Denmark point out an example of climate change affecting an overall food security system. We need to look at food systems, but we need to have that same conversation for infrastructure. You know, how do we incorporate solutions that build a climate resilient infrastructure, but one that looks at biodiversity as well? We need to look at subsidies to fossil fuels. So the work that takes place here, dealing with those subsidies and dealing with that, is crucial to the work under the convention. We need to look at the business case. In our case, the business case for biodiversity. There is an argument that businesses actually, if they don't protect biodiversity, their entire business model is at risk. The other thing we need to look at is the empowerment of other actors. So we need to look at the empowerment of indigenous peoples and local communities, civil society, women and youth, and then also local governments. It's something I hope we talk about as well, as we're here at the International Forum where nations and parties are looking at, but the subnational level is where a lot of these people work in a very clear way. And we need to also complement this with additional work we're doing with other sectors. When I originally made my notes, we're going to have Maria Vieira of WHO on the panel, and so I had a whole bit about the work that we're doing on health and biodiversity, and we had a hint of that in the presentation we got here as well. That's a crucial example of where we know that the ways to better develop, to deliver on human health has to do with climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, and biodiversity protection as well. And we under the convention have got this global plan of action now for health and biodiversity that brings these different sectors together as well. So I'm excited to hear more about the way that we'll be working with IPCC and the other panelists and looking at civil society. So the other thing is that we're here at a climate COP, but the climate COP in the last few years has moved towards questions of synergies. Last year at COP29, there was an initiative that brought together the presidency of the Biodiversity COP and the presidency of the Climate COP to look at the way that these national actions, so NDCs and National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans, NBSAPs, can be worked at together in a practical way. It's kind of astounding that it's taken that many years for us to look at that, but they do the same things in many ways. They should do the same things in many ways as well. So that's moving forward. There's the Rio Trio initiative that's coming to look at bringing those together, and I know at UNCCD's COP in Riyadh, they're also going to talk about the ways of bringing things together. And then the other thing too is we're here, but we're already looking towards COP30 in Belém next year, where I know that the Colombian presidency of our COP16 is really interested to look at how do we move forward on how our objectives under our framework are going to make action moving forward. So the time I've been here for the last week is I'm seeing that the conversations are taking place, and there's a recognition of the need for coherence, but that actually has to take place on the ground. And so in fact, I'm excited to be in this pavilion, but when I go over to the NDC pavilion, I get excited as well when they talk about biodiversity action. Or in the pavilion for indigenous peoples and local communities, they bring together biodiversity action as well. So I'll come to an end now, but I guess the one thing I want to point out is that, when we're here talking about this need to bring things together, but when you talk to subnational governments, when you talk to local communities, indigenous people that are living the impacts of the crises, the labels that we're using aren't actually as important for them. It's all about, you know, their livelihoods and the quality of life and how these crises are affecting them as well. So for them, the action we take, whether it's climate or biodiversity or land degradation, they're really very much the same thing. So what I'd be excited to hear in the conversation, and also I want the people in the audience to get involved in not just questions, but the dialogue too, is what is this path forward? Understanding that we have all these clear human crises, what is the way to move forward towards this integration and synergy? Thanks.
Thank you very much, David, to give us a question also, because I think that's the dialogue at the end of the panel. But before that, I'm going to give the floor to our executive president and founder of Corte Solari, Francisca Corte Solari, who is an entrepreneur, environmentalist, and philanthropist who has dedicated her life to integral and sustainable development initiatives in Chile and around the world, with an extensive personal and family background in the world of design and retail. In 2002, she founded Philanthropy Corte Solari, a philanthropy project that promotes integral sustainable development through integral education, climate change mitigation, and biodiversity conservation. Francisca has been an outstanding promoter of climate change mitigation and biodiversity conservation in Latin America through scientific research, as I said, mainly developed by Mary Foundation, part of Philanthropy Corte Solari. From 2024, Francisca is a new member of USAN's 15 Pages of Nature that bring together the world-leading conservation leaders to mobilize resources and technical capacity and strengthen USAN's management and vision for conservation. You are very welcome, Francisca.
Gracias. Bueno, quiero confesarle que he estado en varios pabellones, pero este es el primero que me siento muy nerviosa.
So she wants
Sí,
to
muy
confess
nerviosa, muy
that's the
nerviosa.
first panel that she feels very nervous.
Y debe ser por el tema.
And probably it's because of the
El
subject.
tema de hablar de la naturaleza, el cambio climático, la biodiversidad y el ser humano.
Probably because we are talking about nature, climate
Ha sido el
change.
tema de toda mi vida. Me encanta el desarrollo del ser humano, amo la naturaleza, por lo tanto, nunca he dejado de pensar la relación que tiene el
Nature,
ser
and it
humano
has
con la
been the
naturaleza.
subject of my life.
En
The
las
relationship
presentaciones o en la presentación anterior, en una de las láminas que para mí grafican muy claro todo lo que está
previous
sucediendo,
presentation.
Cambio climático, menos biodiversidad en el planeta. Eso es igual a lo que comentaba de
In one of the
lo que está
previous
pasando hoy día en el
presentation, we
mundo
talked
con los refugiados
about climate
climáticos,
change,
los refugiados de
biodiversity
guerra,
crisis, and what does it mean in
los
terms
problemas económicos que
of
estamos
climate
teniendo, los
migrate,
problemas de salud que
the
estamos
health
teniendo,
problems
los
that we
problemas de
face,
educación que estamos
the
teniendo.
education
Entonces,
from
en realidad
problems
lo que
that we
tenemos que entender es de que el problema es un
understand
problema general.
This is a
No
general
es un problema
problem,
individual, sino
This
es
is not an
una malla integradora, es un problema que integra. De hecho, en este pabellón podemos ver que estas mallas, que yo insistí mucho en que pusiéramos las mallas, anteriores veces no me habían pescado. ¿Sí? ¿Se escucha? Justo ahora. Ay,
No, es que ahora sí. No, sí. Now it's working.
¿Entendió?
Sí.
¿Se entendió?
Yes.
Ya. Comentaba de que cuando hicimos el pabellón, yo quería poner
She
esta
was saying
imagen
that
de esta malla
when we
integradora.
designed the pavilion,
¿Ya? Nunca en los otros
she
paneles me
was
habían
thinking to
aceptado
develop
poner la malla integradora, pero yo insistía en que
this
teníamos
kind
que
of
poner esta malla
network
integradora,
in the
porque
design,
finalmente es la representación que
because
tiene que
it was
ver con que todo
the
está
symbol
integrado.
on the
No hay nada
integration
que
of
esté
everything.
fuera de.
Nothing is outside.
Y esa es como mi filosofía
And this is the philosophy,
inicial.
the
Y es por eso
start,
que
the starting
me
point
cuestiono
of the
mucho
philosophy.
cuando nosotros como seres humanos nos ponemos en un rol de cuestionamiento hacia la naturaleza y tratamos de
I question
explicar la
myself when we
naturaleza
try
o
to
tratamos de
explain the
resolver la
nature, when we try
naturaleza.
to solve
No
the nature
entendemos
without understanding
que tenemos que ser mucho más humildes con la
that we need to
naturaleza,
be
es más,
much more humble
rendirnos hacia la
to
naturaleza
understand that we are here because of her.
Y poder tener, digo yo, herramientas y entender, espérate un poco, y entender de que nosotros somos naturaleza, y si nosotros somos naturaleza, por lo tanto, somos el volcán, somos
And
el
we need to
coral,
understand that
somos
we are
el
nature,
árbol,
we are the
somos
coral,
polvo
we
de
are the
estrellas.
tree, we
Si
are the
nosotros nos
volcano.
vamos al origen de la humanidad, ¿qué es lo que hubo cuando existió el Big Bang?
If we come
¿Qué
back to the
existió?
very
Entonces, ¿de a dónde
origin of the
venimos?
world, we need to
¿Qué
understand
somos?
that.
Entonces, dentro
What
de
are
nuestro
we?
cuerpo está el
Where do we
universo
come from?
completo.
We are part of
Y
the
cuando yo
universe.
creo que está el universo completo dentro de mi cuerpo, también creo que está esa maravilla y esa bondad
And
del
when we
universo
do
también, y
understand
esa
that, we
belleza y esa
understand that the most
creatividad.
beautiful things
Así
and
como
wonderful
también
things
en
in the
el
world
universo
are
podemos
part
encontrar las
of
otras
us
cosas,
too.
la parte de la oscuridad también. Pero creo que hoy en día
And also the dark side is
el
inside us
tomar
too.
la naturaleza como parte de
But
nosotros
today we need to
es
understand that we are
volver
part
de
of
nuevo
nature,
a lo
and
que
this
nos
is a way to
pertenece y a
come back
nuestro origen.
to our
Nosotros
origin.
solamente tenemos que recordar quiénes somos,
We only need to remember who
recordar
we are.
que somos líderes de oficios, que en algún momento, es decir, cuando hablamos del oficio, yo digo, hemos hablado mucho de la importancia de
We have
la
been
educación
talking a
mucho
lot about
más
education.
universitaria. Pero ¿qué pasa hoy en día con los oficios?
But what
¿Qué
happens
pasa hoy día con
today
la
with the
apicultura? ¿Qué pasa hoy día con la agricultura?
With the agriculture.
¿Qué pasa hoy día con la orfebrería o con la albañilería?
I don't know
puedo
how you said that
explicar,
in
ya, pero no
English.
importa. ¿Qué está pasando? Entonces eso es lo que a mí como que me pone nerviosa, es como tal vez el mensaje que
So I'm
quisiera
very
dejar es que
sensitive to the fact
dejemos de
that
mirar
I wish
la
to give
naturaleza
one
como algo que
message
está allá.
that we don't
La
have to
naturaleza está
consider
acá
that nature
y somos
as
nosotros los que
something
estamos en
far away
peligro de
from us.
extinción. No sigamos
This is
hablando ni
us
del coral ni
that
de la
are
ballena,
under
porque si
threat.
la ballena, que es el
Because
animal
nature
más
is going
grande del
to
mundo, está en peligro de extinción,
resist,
¿quién está en
we are
peligro de
going to
extinción
disappear.
antes que la ballena? ¿Quién va a morir antes que la
Who's
ballena?
gonna die
¿La
first?
ballena o nosotros? Yo creo que nosotros.
I think we are going to die first.
Y lo otro, que también creo que es importante,
And the
miramos
other
lo
thing
macro.
is that
Pero ¿qué está pasando en lo micro con el cambio climático?
we need to understand
Entonces
the
miramos
micro
lo macro,
phenomenon.
los efectos de lo macro.
We all the
Pero en
time
lo
look at
micro
the
algo
the
está
macro
sucediendo en
phenomenon,
el
but we
cambio
also need
climático
to understand
que
the
no lo
micro
podemos
phenomenon
controlar.
that we cannot control.
Entonces, ¿cuál es el cambio? La pregunta, ¿cuál es el cambio?
So what
El
is the
cambio
change?
es personal.
It's a
El
personal
cambio tiene que
change.
ver con que nosotros necesitamos levantar nuestra conciencia,
We need to have a
abrir
higher
el paradigma,
open the
dejar de
paradigm,
juzgarnos,
stop
dejar de
judging the other,
diferenciarnos,
stop and try to
unirnos
get differentiate,
y entender de que tal vez vamos a ser nosotros los que vamos a destruir la humanidad. Y así
understand that
como
we are destroying the
nosotros hemos ido
humanity,
destruyendo el sistema, nosotros lo tenemos que
and that
resolver.
we need to solve
Pero
it.
yo creo que hay algo que es más fuerte de todo lo que hemos hablado acá,
But there is something
que
stronger
tiene que
than
ver
that,
con el amor
and
profundo,
it's love.
el amor verdadero.
To
Porque
truly
cuando yo
love,
amo la
because
naturaleza,
if we love nature,
cuando yo amo las personas o cuando yo
if we
amo
love
la
people,
vida,
if we love life,
finalmente tú quieres colaborar, tú quieres
Finally, you
ayudar
want
porque
to
tú
help
amas la tierra.
because you love
La tierra
the earth,
es el paraíso.
and the earth
El paraíso
is
no
the
está
place
arriba,
where
el
we
paraíso es nuestra tierra.
the Eden
Y
is
bueno,
here.
eso era lo que
And
quería
this is what I
fuera
want to
de
share.
contexto,
Out
pero
of the blue, but I want to
pero
share
siento
that with
eso,
you.
ese es el mensaje, es
This is a
como
message that I
dejemos
want
de
to
hablar de la
share.
naturaleza como si estuviera allá, pongámonos
We
nosotros
cannot talk about the
como que
nature as
nosotros somos los que
would be
necesitamos
something far
cambiar,
of us.
la manera de
We need
mirar
to
la
change, this is
naturaleza,
us that need
la
to change.
manera de actuar.
We need to change
Y eso es para
our
todos los
behavior,
rangos,
and this is
para
for
los
everyone.
líderes mayores hasta para las dueñas
From
de
the most
casa.
important leader until
Gracias.
people that live in their house. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Francisca, for those words. I try to do my best. So now we are going to make some questions, but I want to give the floor to the public with a question that David gave it to us about what can we do now, because we already talked about the poly-crisis that David mentioned, the complexity and several impacts that we face that Adrian also mentions. You mentioned also, Rahman, a lot of well, the different dimensions that EPCC is including in your report. So we have an agreement of this, but on the other side, we know that multilateral institutions were not designed to deal with this kind of poly-crisis. And if it's true that local communities and people every day, we all know that everything is mixed, but at the end of the day, the institutions are not prepared for that. So, to our public, what can we do according to you? I would like to open the floor to everyone for this dialogue. Please.
So thank you all. Thank you. It's. I think one thing that I have seen that you're very passionate, and you believe in what you're talking. So I'm Virasamy. I'm from Mauritius, a small island. So. One thing, it's amazed me. A lot of people here, we are still talking about reports. So coming from a small island, maybe I have a suggestion. I have seen what have been done for Copenhagen. What can such a similar study be done for all the small islands state and publish it at the next COP? Tell people, okay, this is what's going to happen. Start working. At least this is going to be much better than a report and things like that. Thank you. So that's one thing I think.
I don't know if we want to make another question, to have a couple of questions. Someone else want to edit something? No? So who want to answer? Who wants to answer first?
Let's see. Well, thank you. I think you've pointed out what I heard in your comments is that to see that the assessments, the reports, the plans for action here are really linked to what's needed on the ground, right? So that it's not something that's detached or heading in there, that even if it's a report that's, a community of scientific people at the global level, what are the anchors and what's needed in the communities at the front line of these different crises, the climate change crisis, the biodiversity crisis, the other? Does it really communicate or link with them and provide those solutions or ways forward? And that sort of connection so that it seems relevant in a policy area. And I guess that's a little bit about this idea of mobilization of whole of society, even because these processes, we're all delegations, we're all government representatives in many cases. Do we have those linkages, what's needed in those other areas? And is that a clear way for a path forward? But that's what I see with this. And it also, I think, helps overcome this alienation that Francesca's pointed about, this sort of thing we need to come with as well. So.
Thank you very much. Well, with regard to this question, I could add that indeed we need the science, we need the report, but probably it's crucial the challenge of communication of the resource, of properly engaging. This increasing number of actors associated to climate action into the whole to the system, and to reduce probably this distance between science and the real implementation at local level. When talking about implication, we're talking about impact, for sure. The local scale is crucial. Here we are in a COP, which is a global exercise, but when talking about adaptation, if we want to have really an effective adaptation plan, we need to look at the community level, we need to look at the local level where the impacts are felt, in that sense, the communication, how to better communicate the results is a key challenge. For the IPCC, in this 7 assessment report, there are 3 key pillars. First one has to do with first pillar has to do with the policy relevance, how to be more relevant for policymakers. Secondly, is inclusiveness, the inclusion. They need to consider, for instance, this in a better way, this broad range of forms of knowledge. And thirdly, the interdisciplinarity. There has been an improvement from the very beginning, since the very beginning in the IPCC, including more and more disciplines to the process. This probably explains my presence here as an economist, a development economist in the IPCC. There has been an improvement in that direction, but still there are gaps with regard, for instance, to consideration of social sciences, of many of the social sciences in the whole system. So these three pillars has to do with what you said, the need to incorporate more and more indigenous, the knowledge of indigenous peoples and local communities. This is also also very important. And of course, I would like to take the opportunity to also emphasize what David said in terms of integration, better integration across these multiple exercises, or processes with regard to IPCC and the UNFCCC, the IPBES and the CBD, and also the land degradation process. I would say this is crucial to better articulate all of these exercises, all of these assessment exercises, but also the implementation of all of this, how to translate these speeches, these statements into actions, into real actions, into policies that are at the end of the day what is needed for accomplishing the, let's say, for instance, the Sustainable Development Goals, or for implementing the desires or the target that we are talking about here.
Thank you. According to that same point, this is one of the main challenge. I mean, bring the knowledge in the EPCC or CBD to the local government. What are you thinking to face that? And maybe Adrian can comment that too, in Francisca. How to get a shoulder this bridge, this gap?
Who do you want to reply first?
You first.
Me first. Okay. A couple of things here. I like the idea that we've got to get this policy other areas. We typically don't think of local communities or informal community leaders as policymakers, but they are. And so I think that's part of the change we have to do, is that a policymaker is at a federal level, a state level, a city level, a small community, a neighborhood level. And so we have to think about that way. How do we get these assessments down there? I think part of it, as Ramon said, it is a communications matter. We need to spend more money on communicating. So we produce these assessments, we get them, and then we need to take that money to work with people to communicate it to other levels. And it's a two-way process. So it's, finding ways to talk about these results, but then working with these lower level people and saying, like, well, what does this mean to you? How would you say it differently? So it's less, we the experts, the chairs of the panels, the people who run the foundations, the people in the UN, about us telling everybody, but dialoguing with them so that we get that back and forth. So I think that's part of it. Under the CBD process, we started something called local biodiversity outlooks. It's something we've just done a couple of them now. And they're wonderful, because what they do is they take this idea of a global assessment and they bring it down, and they get local actors to provide their own visions of assessments of what's going on a level. That's something which is great, but it needs more money. It needs more so we can do it across a greater variety of people. So I think that's what it is. So it's the dialogue, the recognition, recognize that everybody's a policymaker, and then more money for communication. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Francisca?
Ya, gracias. ¿Se escucha?
Sí.
¿Sí? Bueno, aquí también un punto, obviamente sí, las políticas públicas y trabajar obviamente desde el territorio es lo más importante, porque el territorio es lo que nos da y nos identifica también qué tipo de ser humano tenemos sobre el territorio. Por lo tanto, hay que evaluar donde estemos. Siempre lo primero es hacer una evaluación territorial, porque no podemos tener las mismas políticas públicas, y eso nos pasa mucho en Chile, que nosotros tenemos un país que es muy largo, tenemos el desierto de Atacama y tenemos la Antártida. Entonces, obviamente, hay una diferenciación enorme entre una latitud y la otra latitud. Por lo tanto, la diferenciación territorial es fundamental a la hora de trabajar en cada uno de los territorios. Y eso es algo que también lo hemos ido aprendiendo. Entendemos que, la COP, sí.
Yes.
Entendemos que en la COP estamos de alguna manera discutiendo las problemáticas que hay en cuanto al dinero, y creo que es súper necesario para todo lo que es conservación y para todo lo que tenga que ver con cambio climático. Sabemos también que es muy poco lo que se está invirtiendo hoy día en cambio climático, y eso representa que falta información al mundo, tal vez, de que todavía no hay gente que todavía no está creyendo realmente como la realidad. Tal vez deberíamos ser un poco más crudos, digo yo. A veces uno quiere ser menos crudo, pero en realidad yo creo que hay un momento en que hay que ser mucho más fuerte con respecto a lo que va a suceder.
And when
Y en
it's going to
cuanto al
happen?
tema de, como decía yo, el tema del dinero, que es interesante que entren a las comunidades, pero para eso también necesitamos una buena gobernanza, porque
But
también
beside that,
nosotros
we
hemos
need
tenido
a
algunas
strong
experiencias que no han
governance.
sido suficientes. Es
Because
decir, tampoco el dinero
we
lo
have
hace.
not
¿Ya?
very
Es
satisfying
como un conjunto de
experience.
cosas, pero sí el
We know
lenguaje,
that finance is not
obviamente
enough,
tienen
the
que haber
money is not
algunos
enough.
recursos,
We need
pero no
resources
necesariamente a
that
veces para
obvious,
trabajar las comunidades uno necesita
but
grandes
sometimes
recursos.
in community
Lo más
we do
importante
not
obviamente es
need
tener
only
buenos diálogos
resources, we
y
also need
obviamente
dialogue
tratar de buscar colaboradores de las partes que también tengan nuestro
and very good
lenguaje. Es decir,
cooperation.
buscar ciertos líderes indígenas que existen, que están
And for
más
example, native people
capacitados,
that have
como no
the
hemos
same
también,
languages,
yo me he
that
tenido
have
que
a lot of
capacitar
cultural
para
capacity
poder
in
estar
order
acá. Y creo que también
to
hay
act
mucha
as a
gente de los
bridge
pueblos originarios que
between
están
different
capacitados para poder estar en estos paneles y poder
We have a lot of
pedir o hablar de
representatives
las
that are
cosas
completely,
necesarias sin entrar en una
prepared to be in
confrontación,
this kind of
porque no
panels.
podemos seguir confrontándonos
But the thing is that we
entre
cannot
nadie.
fight anymore. We need to move on.
Eso sería.
Thank you very much, Francisca. Adrián, I don't know if you have a comment through Zoom.
Yeah, thank you so much, Patricia, and thank you so much for also to Francisca and the panel for these excellent comments. I agree completely with everything that has been said here. So to the question from our colleague from Mauritius, I think this is a hugely important topic. How can we develop science and data that is actually being used or able to be used at a local level in the areas that is most vulnerable and in most need of this information? First of all, I think we should acknowledge that we do need the reports. So we cannot say that we can skip the reports. The IPCC reports and the data that is being provided in these reports and the information is extremely important. That is the backbone for the next step. But I also agree with with the question from a colleague from Mauritius that we cannot live without the next step. And how to make data and information actionable at a local level. What we need to do here is to provide the network and the connections. So, for instance, right now we have in Denmark developed a climate atlas with very local, specific climate information that we are in dialogue with the regions and municipalities and local governments on how they can use this information. So that's a very big job, but something that we find very important. What we could also do, and is now doing, for instance, with a partnership with Ghana, is that we are developing a climate atlas for Ghana and helping the Meteorological Institute in Ghana to work with that climate atlas in the same way in Ghana that we did in Denmark. And I think what we could envision here is that we develop more partnerships from the resource-rich countries like Denmark and the less resource-rich countries like Mauritius and other countries to do the same, developing the data that is usable at a local level, and building partnerships for that information to be used at a local level. This is something that is taking time, but if we are to make good adaptation planning, if we are to build the connections between the mitigation and adaptation to climate change, at the same time as building ecosystem resilience and providing nature-based solutions that is working both for the climate and ecology issues, we need to take this step, building the science that is actionable at a local level. And I'll be more than willing to explore how we can do this in a better way in the years to come. Thank you so much.
you very much, Adrian, and all of you. Thank you, David. Thank you, Ramon and Francisca, for this wonderful panel. You can follow the World Panel in www.fcs.tv. And thank you, the public, to share this moment with us.
You know, you have a session at 2:30 and you are the panelist. You have a session that I've kept telling you at 2:30. Where you are the panelist? Which one? Yeah. So how do we when you have any programs in Africa? What did you engage with?